You ready, Joe? Okay. All right. Notice of this meeting stating the date, place, and time has been disseminated as required under the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975. This meeting is called to order. Mr. Clerk, please conduct the prayer and flag salute.
God of the universe, look thou with favor upon these here assembled, and bestow thy guidance upon the members of the governing body in their deliberations. This we ask in thy name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In the event of an emergency, the proper method of exiting the council chambers is through the 3 doors in the rear of the room. Occupants should proceed down the staircase, out the front door, and move away from the area of the front steps. Any member of the public wishing to speak during the public session at the end of the meeting, please sign in on the white sheet provided in the front of the room. If you wish to speak on the 2013 city budget, please sign in on the purple sheet. If you wish to speak on the 2013 Special Improvement District budget, please sign in on the orange sheet. I'd also like to announce that our Council President Moore, is excused this evening. Okay. Please also turn off all cell phones and replace them on vibrate. If you must take a call, please leave the council chambers to do so. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Colbus?
Here.
Koziel? Here. Brown?
Here.
Armstead?
Here.
Crosby Hurling?
Here.
Sadowski?
Here.
Sheehy?
Here.
Yamakaitis?
Here.
Medina?
Here.
Kaczynski?
Here.
Mr. Moore?
Okay, can I have approval of the minutes of the May 21st, 2013 and the June 18th, 2013 minutes?
Move for approval.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Okay, I'd like to ask Councilman Armstead and Mayor Grabunka to please go down to the podium and ask Stefano DeVal to please step forward.
As the mayor, it's always a pleasure to honor somebody, but in particular, Stefano, for the actions that he did on the day of June 1st of this year. I consider it an honor to be able to congratulate Stefano DeVal for his life-saving efforts in the private pool when his services were needed and an individual was on the bottom of the pool drowning. Again, it's my honor, and I'd like to read a resolution which is prepared by myself and the governing body to commend such a heroic act by such a young man. Whereas on June 1st, 2013, 11-year-old Stefano DeVal attended a graduation pool party for 6th grade class of school number 9. And whereas shortly after starting the party, Stefano DeVal observed another 11-year-old serving lying on the bottom of the pool and recognized the fact that he was on the water too long holding his breath on purpose. And whereas Stefano dove in and swam to the bottom of the 8-foot deep in-ground pool, Baron served it over and found him to be unresponsive. Whereas Stefano, realizing the seriousness of the situation, placed Servant over his shoulder, swam to the surface, and brought him to the edge of the pool, where the homeowner and Linden firefighter EMT Sal Principato removed Servant from the pool and assisted him until he started to breathe on his own. Whereas there's no doubt that the decisive action of Stefano Del Valle saved his classmate's life and prevented a tragedy. Whereas the mayor and city council of the city of Linden wish to recognize Stefano's excellent character and honor his unselfish act of heroism. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Linden to commend Stefano Del Valle for his act of heroism and thank him for the example that he set in not hesitating to help a person in need. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be fittingly spread to Stefano Del Valle and placed in the minutes of the city council meeting of the city of Linden in permanent recognition of Stefano's heroism. Stefano, I just would like to congratulate you, thank you, and honor you for the life-saving service that you provided to a friend. It's truly an honor for me as mayor to have an individual such as you that risks his safety for the safety of someone else.
Okay, Mr. Armstead, you're going to continue with scholarships?
Good evening, everybody. Every year, I think the last 30 years, we've given out scholarships. We have called the Armstead Scholarship Award, and we do it in honor of my grandmother, who basically got involved in politics 15 years ago. Her and my grandfather, Washington, they're involved. There are others on council who donate their salaries, various amusements, they give back their salaries. I choose to give mine in form of scholarship, and we give away 2 scholarships, which is equivalent to my paychecks. That's my way to give back, and we raise a little extra money. Sometimes we give a third round. So this year we're giving out 3 scholarships, and I'm not sure if all the recipients are here this evening, but if you're here, would you please come forward? Oh, we have one, yeah. Ashley Williams, I congratulate her, the recipient of the Armstead Scholarship Award. Next one is Linden, right? Melissa Juice is here. She's obviously not here. And we have Earl Revere. She's here. I think her mother was supposed to be coming. Okay, but she's not here. Well, Earl is not actually receiving any money. We received a donation of a television set from Earl. She's going to be the recipient of a television so she can take that to college and use that for her other things. congratulate you all. Good luck. The television was donated by a group by the name of Group by Group. Their fraternity, I think they accomplished several fraternities, many fraternities, and we joined them. And they go out and do a lot of good works, and they donate scholarship to Elizabeth. And we have a member who lives right here in Linden, and he basically felt the need to give back to this community. His name is Doyle Armstrong, and we want to thank Doyle for his contribution as well.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone, if you'd like to speak on the budget hearing, sign in on the purple sheet, and on the SID budget, that is the orange sheet, okay?
My turn? Okay.
All right. Okay, Councilwoman Cosby Hurling, can you please make a motion for ordinance 5735?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman. I would like to deviate just briefly from the agenda to consider ordinance 5735 and resolution 2013-264 out of order because we do have our financial advisors and outside hired counsel here tonight. So just so they don't have to stay for the full council meeting, I'd ask that we move to hear these two items out of order and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colby?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
I'm voting no, and I'd like to clarify my vote. I'm voting no because I don't agree with the terms of the 30-year pilot program.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Council President.
Yeah, okay. All right. Mr. Clerk, has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay. Ms. Hero? Ms. Hero, please come forward.
Okay, Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me try to move this over here. This, as everybody knows, I'm pretty much against the transit village. Having said that, after looking at this agreement, after looking at this ordinance, and after looking at the financial agreement, and by the way, I have not been able to see the exemption application. Even looking at it with the best intentions of a transit village, bringing everything that you guys want to have and bringing all the benefits it is to the city, this financial agreement is horrible. Why, you ask? I'll give you the reasons. First of all, I have a copy of the financial agreement, and it gives all your exhibits, all the exhibits you want, except for one thing. There are no things, they're just a title. How can you agree to something if you don't know what it is? Sounds pretty dumb to me, but I would vote against it just for that reason alone. How can you agree to something if you don't know what you're agreeing to? Why on page 4 of the financial agreement is it blank for job years, for temporary construction period jobs, and how many permanent jobs are we going to getting? We simply don't know. Why don't we know? How can you prove something that's blank? For pages 4 and 5, they want the annual service charge for stability and predictability. And of course, we're going to need structured parking construction. Boy, I would love to have an annual service charge. I would love to have a tax abatement. A tax abatement for everybody in the audience and for maybe some of the council members' attention is all the money goes to the municipality. 5% of it's going to go to the county. But how about school taxes? As I said before at last meeting, and for the sake of argument, why don't I do it with some different people? Councilman Sadowski, you get the tax abatement. You have to pay payment in lieu of taxes. So you just pay that money to the municipality. But there's one problem with that, and 5% to the county. Somebody's got to pick up the 10%, I think, that'll go to the county that you're not paying. And how about the school tax? So we split it between Councilwoman Yamakaitis and Councilwoman Cosby-Hurling. That is one of the problems I have with this. Everybody else has to pay for school taxes. Why should a developer be exempt? And then what's it going to start? Someone like me saying, oh, I shouldn't pay school taxes. I've never had a child in school. See what I mean? See what you might start with this? And also, how about the annual service charge? I'm getting to that in a few minutes. It's payment to the city, as I said. But how about we have the payment for the county, but why isn't there a provision for possible payment to the Board of Education if they have children in the units? There is no contingency for that. And as I said, I'm against it based on the fact that it's not going to be payments, but you don't even put it to a contingency to maybe try to get some money back if there are children in the units. Remember, everybody says, oh, there aren't going to be any kids. Well, if you used to go to Manhattan, you'll notice that there are schools. There are kids in those buildings, and how do we know that there aren't going to be kids in the buildings across the street from the train station? Okay, so we have a lease-up period. Does this
Kira,
mean...
you have 1 minute.
Okay, before the certificate of occupancy, the developers won't be paying any money to the city. Okay? When are we going to get the money? And for example, your annual service charge, and by the way, I think I should get more than a minute because it's valuable time. 35 years from the date of execution or 30 years from the annual service charge. The annual service charge should not be less than the amount of the total taxes levied against the property for the last full year the property was subject to taxation. When those buildings were torn down, that's the last year. In the meantime, inflation, how about all those years? And then you have the different proportions. It's a proportion, it's like 20%, 40%, depending on the years, it goes up. But that's still not a heck of a lot of money. Citizens of Linden, city council members, this is not a good idea. Vote no on it, send it back, so we can get one more favorable to the citizens of Linden and more favorable to the city council. Thank you for your time, and I wish I had more time, because believe me, this is a horrible agreement. That's my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hero. Mr. Wilberding?
Diane Wolverding, and I live in this neighborhood. And unlike Pat, I am for Transit Village. That's the reason why our family moved in that neighborhood. And you know, in previous times I've spoke, the two things I'm against is it's too high and too close to the school. What I want to know is how long is this long-term tax exempt? How many years is that? Okay. I thought the whole reason of redeveloping that area was to get ratables. Don't we need ratables, Jack? We always talk about that, right? to help the taxes. So to give 30 years to someone that's just come in where they don't have to pay, I don't see how that's helping us, how that's going to help our tax bill. So if we're going to do a long-term tax exemption, then please include my property, 150 East Morris Avenue, and all the senior citizens in my neighborhood that are living on fixed income, because this is not fair.
Ms. Northgrave?
Just real clearly, hopefully clearly, but also briefly, long-term tax exemption means you don't pay conventional taxes, you pay an annual service charge in lieu of taxes. So it's not that they are not paying taxes, they are paying an annual service charge in lieu of paying property taxes.
Okay. Mrs. Malik?
I'm not too familiar with this issue that's going on, but just one question to the council. Has this financial agreement been vetted by someone else, by another organization?
Yes.
NW Financial, Tim Marinello, sitting behind me, is a financial advisor who was hired by the city to review the economics of the deal, to make sure that the amount of the service charge exceeded what the costs of providing services will be.
Does the council members agree or think that this individual, I mean, not to denigrate you or anything like that, but do you agree that it's been vetted properly to your satisfaction, everyone? Councilman Brown?
I voted no for this, and the
Wait,
reason
no,
being...
what was that?
I said I voted no for this. It's more taking into consideration what Ms. Hero said and other things is, like I said, 30 years is a long time to give a pilot program to work. And I have 2 children. Most of us have children here. And for none of these payments to go towards the school system, to me, is a problem. I'm looking long-term down the road. We introduce more pilot programs. You're talking about less funding for the Board of Education.
It says a standard, too.
And so, to me, I think we're treading down dangerous water. If this was a pilot program for 10, 15 years, I can see talking about that and seeing where the city is at and looking at it, but 30 years is a long time. I mean, let me put it in perspective. I'll be 62 by the time this pilot program ends.
Then the question to the gentleman that is, that vetted this, okay? I want your thoughts on like the 30-year, and especially what Pat Hero said, I think was very well taken, and the gentleman with the striped tie, okay, saying that we're paying these other charges. I want you to give me in 1 or 2 sentences to refute or debunk what Pat Hero had said.
Mr. Northgrave?
Okay, well, first, my name is Dan Marinello.
Okay.
I work for NW Financial Group. And part of what we do on a daily basis is vet projects like this. And we ourselves have also been on the private developer side as well as on the government side. So I feel we are in a very good position to negotiate this contract. And in regards to the 30 years, which is a very important piece to it, this project, in order for it to get done, for the economics to work, it's a combination of the developer succeeding along with the city succeeding. And you want the developer to have a successful project, because if it does, then it works out for both.
Is it truly, let me just say, is it truly a win-win, or?
It truly is. For this project to work financially, for any developer, whether it's this one or any other developer coming into the city, they're going to have to find the economic model that works for them. And to do that, to have the longer-term financing done is a better economic situation for them. To get a 30-year mortgage for all of us for our homes is better than to get a 10-year mortgage. It's much more expensive on an annual basis. Just for the developer, a 30-year mortgage or a 30-year financing, it makes the numbers work better. To get a 30-year financing, they need to have a 30-year agreement, the same term with the city, the pilot, that matches the financing that they're going to get from their banks or their investors.
Okay, and now I hear you saying for the developer. So what are the little perks that the city is getting from this agreement?
Well, just to give you an idea, if the developer isn't paying regular conventional taxes, which is an argument I don't normally like to get involved in, because there is no conventional taxes at any level at that particular site right now. So, but for purposes of this discussion, if the developer was to pay conventional taxes, the city would get about 33% of those taxes, which is what you get now, between the split between the county and the school. Now, the city would actually get approximately 90 to 91% of the total pilot payment that the developer is getting. So the city
All right.
does make out that.
All right, you're talking in percentages, but give me real dollar values, because that I can actually put my hand around. So you're saying 33%, is that a couple $1 million? And we say 99% or 91%, is that maybe 40, more? So speak in absolute terms instead of...
I can't give you a dollar necessarily on what the conventional tax would be, because the project is not built right now. But the negotiated agreement that you're all voting on today, has a number in there of approximately $1,900 per year. That turns out to be about $334,000 a year in the first year. So it's a number that the city can foresee and will have in its schedule and in its budget for the next 30 years.
All right, but if we didn't go this route, we went something shorter, like Councilwoman Brown said, or Pat Hero, 10 or 15 years or something like that, what would that number be? I mean, have we...
The matter is the number would be zero, because the developer wouldn't be able to do the project that he's looking to do unless he got a 30-year agreement. So the alternative is not.
Okay.
There were other developers that came in, and we have not seen a developer come in and look for a project, an agreement that was less than 30 years.
All right, and my last question, so you're a financial, you do like the financial evaluations, but do you have, by any chance, any special interest in the city of Linden, or you're totally an independent individual?
I'm actually not totally independent. I work for the city of Linden. My
Okay.
job is to completely protect the city of Linden's interest in this agreement.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Brown? Do you want to?
If you will.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Okay, Councilman Armstead?
Yes. I just want to also add to what the gentleman mentioned. The real issue here is that a lot of developers have to rely on cities to be in a give and take type of situation so these projects can take place. If you look right to the south of Linden, you look in Rawway, you see a tremendous amount of construction going on. Now, Rawway has basically engaged in the same type of deals that we entered into with this developer to see their projects off the ground. And you'll notice there's several nice buildings being constructed in Rawway right now, and the town is moving forward. And this is one way that we have to move this town forward. We have to give incentives to some developers so that they can come in and complete a project. In the past, we were doing things a little bit differently, but now we are fully vetting people who want to come and develop in this town. And this developer he's a very good developer, and he has a proven track record, and I think he's going to do a good job on Wood Avenue. Thank you.
Council President, can I make a comment, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I want everyone to realize that this project has been going on since the year 2000. We were with another developer who did not build that property. In the meantime, we spent $3 million. We bought the houses that were on that vacant property for $3 million. So every year since 2000, we're paying $250,000 a year in principal and interest, and all we have for it is a vacant lot in 2013. Here we have a legitimate developer. They are proposing a professional development geared towards young professionals. The building and the apartments are built for young professionals. They're not going to be built for a husband and wife and 3 kids. It's not going to work. They're geared for young professionals to go and use the train station as our transit village concept. These young professionals are not going to sit home and eat dinner every night. They're going to look for a place to eat dinner. They're going to look for a place to go and buy clothes. This is going to be the spark that ignites future development on Wood Avenue, whether it be South Wood Avenue or North Wood Avenue. We also didn't make the mistake, as the previous administration, in hiring a developer that couldn't produce. We hired a developer that has a proven track record in other municipalities, and we vetted him. We vetted him with our financial advisor, who scrutinized his ability to develop, and also gave us the best deal with a 30-year pilot program, which, by the way, gives us a 2% cost of living increase every year. We have a redevelopment council now, which again negotiated the redevelopment agreement. So we did our homework to make sure that we didn't stumble like we stumbled in 2000 with a developer that couldn't produce. And again, we're paying $250,000 a year for a vacant piece of property. So that's why it's extremely important that this project goes forward, because once he builds, we've already having interest in other developers that want to develop around that train station. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, I just want to make one correction. I'm the chairman of the redevelopment committee. We had no we didn't address this in our committee as far as any negotiations. I just want to make that clear.
Okay. Is there any other members of the public that wishes to speak?
Yeah, Paul Shoppy, 315 Second Ave. Now, the people, will they be renting, leasing, or buying these apartments?
Leasing.
Leasing? What's the normal lease per year? Would it be on a yearly basis or so many months?
I assume they'll be annual leases, but that will be up to the developer.
And you can't tell me if it's going to be a lease or they're going to buy the apartment?
I know they're going to be a lease, they're not for purchase. The developer will own the building, lease the units to individual renters.
You don't know what the rate will be?
No, I couldn't. It's going to take at least 12 to 18 months to build. So I don't know what the going rentals would be at that time.
Okay, but they will be leased. They will not be bought
Correct.
off the, okay. That's all.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, Councilman Sadowski?
Good evening, excuse me. This project is in the 6th Ward, and I've talked to people, and I've got pros and cons against this project. But if you look at Linden, anything that, and I mentioned this a couple of months ago, anything that wants to be built, you get the old refrain, not in my ward, sorry, no, put it in someone else's ward. Well, I think as a Linden resident, it's about 40 years only, we have to do something. And out of all the plans, I think for the city, this is the best. This is the first stage. This is phase 1. Once that is accomplished, then we have phase 2, 3, 4, and then of course we have the transit village, which goes into this. We're getting money to clean up that area, to put signage up, to fix up the railroad station, to fix up the tunnel, and so on. But this is the first step, and like I said, I lived there too, and I can't see pushing it off again for another 3 years, 4 years, till something else comes up, and then it's not in my ward. I think we have to take a stand, and I hope this is the future for Linden. We have to take the first step, and after that, then I'm hoping we can go on to phase 2 and 3 and so on. That's the reason I'm for this. Thank you.
Councilman Sheehy?
Yeah, I'd like to qualify my vote. That property is laid dormant for too long. The $250,000 we're paying is just an interest. That's just the interest we're paying on that right now. We do have a qualified developer that has done work in Rahway and Hoboken, and it's not like developers are knocking down our door either to come over here and develop. And right now, I feel we did our homework, we investigated the developer, he's ready to go to work. And I'd like to reference back to what Mrs. Hero said about the school system. The Linden Towers only has 5, 6 children using our school system. So I base that on my vote. There are, there's not saying there's going to be more or less, but believe it or not, the size of the Linden Towers and it's going to be the same type of building, and we're looking, for the transit people, that we're not going to get a lot of students. Can we, can't we? I don't think so. There's only 5 or 6 in the Linden Towers. We have to move forward. That property has been vacant for so long, it's an eyesore. It's like the $10 million tree on that property. It's time to move us forward, and once this project gets started, I agree with the mayor that it will spark that transit village to bring in more. Is it the perfect scenario? No, but it's the best that we have on the table right now, and honestly, it's not bad. And before the other administration hired it, I called it the invisible developer. And now at least we have qualified people. They're not asking for a lot, but the 30 years, sure, nobody wants to get locked into 30 years. But there's really not, it's not like we have 5 developers to pick from right here. At one time we had 3, and then it whittled down to 1. So I feel that we need to move forward with this project. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, can I have a motion on, or you'd like to speak? All right.
Mildred Curry Johnson, 400 East Baltimore Avenue. I guess my question is to the developer and also to the city. The particular property that you're talking about developing, have you looked at what the occupancy rate is right now in Linden in those particular types of construction? Because even though you'd like to, you'd like to build on a piece of property that has been blank for so many years, you want to make sure that you go forward with an idea or an understanding that we have some promise that it's going to be leased 100% or 90% or 75%. So what percentage of, and I hope I'm on the right track here in talking about this particular development project, because this is basically my first time hearing about it. But I'm glad to hear about ratables. I'm happy to hear about something coming into the city, though that tax exempt part troubled me quite a bit, especially the length of time you're talking about. And then you talked about the surcharge that would actually be paid by this particular development company. Is that correct? But again, with this particular type of construction, what is the history of Linden's properties that are similar to this? What's the occupancy rate? Because you don't want to build something that's going to be vacant. You don't want to build something in a community where people have given you the pros and the cons, and it becomes a con 5 years down the road.
Well, I'm sorry, let me see if I can do it. I don't want to put my back to you, but I also am told that the microphone we were using wasn't picking up on the system, so I'll try to do it this way. First, to be clear, I represent the city of Linden. Dan Marinello represents the city of Linden. We're not the developer. The developer is who we negotiated with. The second point, to your point about what's the occupancy rate, I am not aware of any massive vacancy rate in any building of this type. This developer has developed this type of project in Rahway, in West New York. They're working on it in Hackensack. First of all, they wouldn't be investing their money if they thought there was going to be a high vacancy rate. Second, the banks wouldn't lend them the money. If they were stupid enough to want to invest their money, the banks wouldn't want to invest their money. And third, in terms of the type of project, that really is market-driven. And by that, I mean the city went out with a request for proposal to see who might be interested in developing this property. We got 2 proposals back, and we looked at both of them. When I say we, it was a number of people in the city, and determined that this developer was the project that we should negotiate forward with. And what they came forward with was a high-density, 176-unit project, an apartment project. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's the idea that the decision before this council at the last meeting when they designated them the redeveloper of the property, and now again tonight on this agreement and a related agreement is simply, you know, if they don't get the long-term tax exemption, and the idea is that they're not paying anything. They're paying an annual service charge in lieu of, it's called a payment in lieu of tax, is what's known colloquially, a pilot. The statute talks about an annual service charge. They pay a charge in lieu of what otherwise would have been a tax. If they don't get that, they're simply not going to build, and you're going to have that property remain vacant. So that's the policy question that's before the council, and there is disagreement among the council, as there often is in a council that's doing its job. People are going to disagree, and people are going to have different ideas as to, you know, the way things should go forward. But that's the issue before the council this evening.
Okay, so you did answer a couple of questions, but you still left blank the question I asked about the percentage rate, the history of these particular
That was never
projects.
investigated. No, that's why I said it's not investigated.
So it's market-driven, which is unpredictable, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing I have an issue with is I heard Councilman Peter Brown say he is the chair of the redevelopment. And what did you say? Because I kind of missed a little bit of it, but it sounded like you were not involved. Is that what I heard you say?
The negotiations, I believe a separate committee was set up. No, I wasn't involved in this. I have a lot of different issues, but again, it was a separate committee. It wasn't the redevelopment committee.
As the chairperson of the redevelopment committee, I believe that this gentleman should have been involved in the redevelopment committee information and also at least be present at the negotiations. You, the gentleman, work for the city of Linden. That means you work for me. Councilman Peter Brown, he also works for us. Excuse me. And my concern is why he was not a part of that.
That's doesn't concern me, ma'am. I work for the city of Linden. I attend meetings. I do what the city of Linden tells me.
And who would you
I was at meetings with several of the council people and the mayor.
Maybe the mayor would be the one to answer that then.
We developed the project team to see this project through from the beginning. And Peter Brown was involved heavily with the budget. Again, Peter Brown can't be involved in every issue of the city of Linden. There's 11 council persons, 10 council persons, and a president, and the mayor. And again, we've seen this project through from the beginning with the councilman who was, that's going to have his ward impacted, and our professionals, and myself, and a couple of other members of the project team. But that isn't, Peter Brown being on the team is not an issue. The issue is whether we're going to approve this project or not.
Well, the issue to me is whether that project is going to provide us with appropriate financial support as a rateable in our town. We are struggling. We are in trouble. We have been in debt. And we look at the solution being to place a surcharge on the backs of taxpayers who are already paying. And that's why I'm asking these questions, because I realize that projects for the future are going to rely on whether or not they can be supported by what they say they can do. But if they're not, again, it falls on the backs of taxpayers here.
Do you think, Mildred, that the developer is going to put $43 million into this project and have it a tenth occupied? He's putting in $43 million in a project. Banks are financing it. 2 banks are financing it. Do you think that they're foolish enough to give this developer money, and he's foolish enough to spend $43 million and have 75% vacancy? He's built projects in Hoboken and other places. He's a professional. He knows what he's doing. If we are to move forward into the 21st century, Mildred, we got to revitalize Wood Avenue. And this will be the start of revitalizing Wood Avenue, because I've already had other developers interested in other properties that are around that train station. And as you see on East Elizabeth Avenue, there's going to be 98 units of condos going up also. So again, all these young professionals are going to need restaurants, and they're going to need quality stores, and they're going to be out on Wood Avenue. And I guarantee you that in 5 years or 10 years, we're not going to be a Hoboken or Jersey City, but we're going to be a little Hoboken and a little Jersey City. And if we do not do this, then that Wood Avenue is going to stagnate, and the city of Linden is going to stagnate.
To this, I agree. I agree that we do need uplifting. I just want us to move forward without the fighting that has been going on. I want to see people who are given the position of a chair in redevelopment, I want them to be a part of that. I never had an opportunity to meet the LEDC person. One of these gentlemen would be the Linden Economic Development Corporation person? No, they're both shaking their heads. So did they have meetings with the LEDC person?
Yes, they did. He was part of the project team.
Is that person here tonight?
No, he's not. He's not needed here tonight.
Okay. I'd like to meet him.
Well, you're welcome to come to my office. I will introduce you to Ron Stefanowitz. And Peter and I get along fine. We are agreeing on 90% of the issue, but again, that's not the issue whether Peter and I agree on something.
That's right.
The issue is this development, and it's a positive win-win for the city of Linden.
Thank you.
Councilman Brown?
Yeah, I'm just going to close it like this. The mayor's absolutely right. We don't agree on a lot. I mean, we've been agreeing on more and stuff. So my problems with the project, and I'll put it out there, is besides the Board of Ed tax, is that when we originally went forward with this redevelopment, first is that was going to be some commercial on the bottom, just like we have on the rest of Wood Avenue. This property is not, has been amended where it's all residential. With that being said, if you see, we have a presentation from the Special Improvement District. That's a special tax for your residential downtown area that helps spruce up the downtown, where we're trying to create that whole moving sidewalk to enter in underneath the train tracks over down to the 6th Ward. Because this is going to be 100% residential, they will not be paying into the SID tax, as well as the Board of Ed tax, is number one, for 30 years. And in addition, the other issue that I have, and I brought this up before, is traffic. Traffic and parking, no one has talked about. Now, while everyone keeps saying this is a domino effect, and I believe, yes, it is going to be a domino effect, you have one developer that wants a pilot program, and we made variants and exceptions as far as when it came to parking. The next developer is going to want the same thing. The next developer is going to be the same thing. So now all of a sudden, where we have a traffic issue on Elizabeth Avenue, Wood Avenue, all we did was just make it more of an issue. If anyone remembers, within the last 2-3 years, we had fatalities on these intersections. And in my opinion, this has not been addressed. All we're doing is compounding this problem, making it worse. So with me, I'm not against development. I'm just for smart growth, where we take all these factors in consideration. Because, you know, if you look at it from the pilot program perspective, we're building residential units where I'm a young professional. I have I'm on my way having a third kid. I have a car. When I'm being told that people are going to take the train station, aren't going to need a car, my first question is, when they want to go shopping, where are they going to go? How are they going to get there? Of course they're going to get a car. Whether it's Walmart or ShopRite, they're going to need a car. And where are they going to park these cars at? When it comes to traffic, again, we had, I think, for the last 3 years, 4 or 5 fatalities in this area. And I see this being more of a problem if we don't address the issues now, rather than saying, this is what we did for this owner, we have to do it for this developer, or else this isn't going to get done. And so, again, I just want to clarify it, and I'll leave it at that.
Councilwoman Cosby Hurling, could we have a motion, please, on that ordinance?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing on ordinance 5735, and that it be adopted, and I seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel? No. Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby, Hurling.
Yes.
Sadowski.
Yes.
Sheehy.
Yes.
Medina.
Yes.
Kaczynski.
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis.
No. Councilwoman Cosby Hurling, Resolution 2013-264. This is another one we're pulling early. Does anyone from the public have any questions on Resolution 213-264? Ms. Wilverding, please come up.
I just wanted to know what the parking agreement is.
Parking agreement is an agreement with the developer. The developer needed 100 and, I want to say, I believe it was 170, maybe it was 100, I can give you the exact number, but roughly 190 spaces. Of that, about 130 could be built under the building. The balance would be on Pennsylvania Avenue, and the parking agreement governs the relationship of their use of the parking spaces on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Okay, and those are the ones that people pay for now? Are you talking those with the meters?
There are a number of metered spaces. My understanding, and it's certainly not my issue probably to address, but my understanding is they were not being used, and that's why the decision was made to lease them to the developer so that this project could go forward.
Will they be restricted from parking on Linden Avenue and Morris Avenue?
That issue has not been addressed, though it certainly can be. If the city wanted to go with a permit program, that certainly could be arranged so that you would have to, permits would be issued for residents of a certain area. That's, again, a policy decision. It's above my pay grade.
Well, right now, we have to, if we live in that area, you have to have a sticker on your car, because if you're planning on being on the street more than 2 hours. So anyone that lives in any of those homes have it. Because I just think it will be easier and a lazy way out when they park on Linden Avenue. And again, you have to take into consideration the school. You know, there's got to be a lot more yellow curbs and stuff put down so that they don't park and interfere with the access in and out of the parking lot at the school. And, you know, people might not make the effort to make it to Pennsylvania Avenue unless, you know, there's some restrictions around the school area.
Certainly my understanding from the various city officials I've spoken to is that there would be a strong discouragement from parking in the neighborhood, and that's why the Pennsylvania Avenue area was made available for the overflow for this. So that certainly everyone's well aware of it. The councilman is one of the councilman's main concerns as we were going through this process was with the parking and school issues.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Hero?
Yeah, I guess I'd like to address the parking issue because it's not only the 176 units and the people that live in those units. Don't people have friends? Don't friends come over? Don't young professional friends come over? Don't they like to have a good time on a Saturday night? Oh yeah, they do. I know, because I used to be a young professional, and I'm a middle-aged one. So, that's a problem, isn't it? And whose neighborhoods are they going to come into? Councilman Sadowski, when you vote yes on this, they're going to be coming into your neighborhoods, and they're going to be crowding out your people. That's not very nice. I mean, this is a bad development, and that's why I said to vote it down, but nobody's listening to me. Thank you.
Councilman Sadowski?
Okay, as concerning the school, for the last couple of months, we've been talking with the principal. I can't think of her name now. Last year, we switched, we switched bus drop-offs, we switched parent parking and so on and so forth, where they let the children off. We switched them for her. We had the lines painted and so on and so forth. It used to be on Morris Avenue. She wanted it on Linden Avenue. If you pass on Linden Avenue now, you'll see there are bus things for the school put down. That's where she has the children come in, get off the buses, go into school that way. On Morris, what she has there is just drop-offs. If a person comes with a car, parent, or whatever it is, they pull by the school, it's painted yellow or whatever the color is, they drop the student off, and then they take off. I spent 2 days before they had that bus thing painted on Linden Avenue, 2 days, 2 mornings there. And what was happening was people would come up on Linden Avenue, heading like for Wood Avenue, stop, open the car door, and the kid would run across Linden Avenue to the school. Now this, I had, I forget how many, what it was, I kept records of that. Police came down and they said it was the same thing. But by switching whatever it was, the bus stops, it sort of stopped that. Signage, will be put up on the street. They're waiting because it might be paved. The city said they will put up signage for the drop-offs for the people and so on. But the last thing I saw, the principal, about 2 days before school ended, and she settled on what she wanted, and as of now, this is what she will have come September. If she wants to change, she will have to, get in touch with me, and we'll get in touch with the city. But as it stands now, that's the way she wants it. She thinks it's the safest way. This police went there, didn't find any fault with it. But of course, it's up to the people dropping the children off or the children themselves. Like I said, I couldn't believe they just opened the door and send the kids across. But, so that was one of the things with the school, so.
Okay, any other members of the public? Okay, seeing none. Councilman Brown, you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, I just want to state I'm also against this resolution, and then before we get to that, I'm going to tell you why is. Across the street, if you look behind, we have that empty lot, that empty building over there, where a building was built where no parking spaces was needed to approve for that. If you look at my ward, I'm the one that has the 46 units, a parking variance was given. If you look on the agenda today for first reading and for second reading, we have ordinances on there addressing parking issues. So in Linden right now, we know that we have a parking issue that we're trying to fix. So with that being said, is that with this agreement, what happened is that the original agreement called for a certain amount of units per density. What we did is we passed some measures so that we increase the density and decrease the parking requirement. So we already have a parking issue in Linden, and we have a minimum which we can enforce, but what we did is that we decreased that minimum and increased the amount of units that we can have. To me, it doesn't make any sense. We have an issue already that we're trying to fix tonight in certain areas, and now, in my opinion, we're creating a bigger issue. So, that's why I'm voting no for this.
Councilman Koziel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Very much of what Peter just mentioned is what I was going to mention. It speaks to Ms. Hero's point. It's true. I served for several years on the Board of Adjustment, and Peter and I and Mr. Sadowski share some of the oldest development in the city. It started right on Wood Avenue, and it went out, and it went down. We have very aging infrastructure. We have infrastructure, a sewer system that's well over 100 years old in some places, and it's being kept together by I don't know what. But Peter brings up a very good point, so does Ms. Hero. We have, in fact, we spent no less than an hour last night as a council talking about parking issues in the city. We have an issue in the first ward. If development happens in the second ward on West Elizabeth Avenue, I don't know what we're going to do. We don't have the street to handle all those units. We have a finite system of transportation infrastructure, and we keep adding to it. I am for smart development. This, to me, and when I listen to the experts come up and they give their testimony at Board of Adjustment meetings, I listen to it and I take it all with a grain of salt, but I have to remember I lived here a lot longer than they have. I've seen it, I've lived through it, and you can't tell me something's not going to be a problem when I know in my heart that it is. This is a problem. We're talking about bringing people into the city to eat and to shop at the stores. If we take these spots on Pennsylvania Avenue for the building, where are the people going to come to park? Where is that extra space? We don't have enough parking. I served on the SID committee for a while. One of the big issues is we don't identify our parking areas properly, and we simply don't have enough to draw people into this town to help bring these people to our stores in our downtown shopping district. So I'm very much in agreement. I don't think we have enough parking for this, and as Peter said, the density rate compared to, as compared to the parking just does not make sense to me.
Mr. Tandle?
Good evening. Jeff Tandle, 1614 Summit Terrace. Parking is going to be an issue, I mean, as development increases. One suggestion that I would make that a lot of these denser places are doing, New York City, Philadelphia, is zip cars, which is a car that you basically rent for the day. It's great for people who are urban professionals because they say, hey, you know, I don't have the expense of a car, I don't have to pay for the insurance, I need a car for the day to go to the shore or go somewhere else, I go and rent it. We can't demand what developers put into place, but I think that we should talk to the developers that come in and try to get some sort of zip car concession. I think that would help alleviate the parking problems a lot, and it would help alleviate the traffic problems.
Okay. Councilwoman Cosby Hurling, can we have a motion on that? Councilman Brown, you wanted to speak on this again?
No, I'm just going to throw it out there too. A traffic study was not done to see how this would impact the downtown. With this development and the 46 units or 92 units that's in my ward, and the development that's going to be in Walmart, how this is going to impact our downtown. So again, that's another concern for me that no traffic study was done.
I make a motion to move Resolution 2013-264 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
No.
Brown?
No.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakitis?
No. Okay, we're going to go back to our regular agenda now for the budget hearing. Okay, Mr. Brown, please make your budget statement.
Yes.
Introduce Alexis.
First. That's the ordinance. So at this time, we're going to be introducing the 2013 municipal budget. So a statement has been prepared, so I'm going to read that. I'm recommending the hearing on the 2013 municipal budget and the introduction of the amending resolution for the 2013 budget to become cap compliant. The 2013 municipal budget was introduced at $99,265,893.09. Once amendments to the municipal budget occur, the new budget will total will be $95,898,442.33. The original requests, budget requests that were submitted earlier this year totaled $104,821,906.27, which would have resulted in a 44-point increase, or in terms of homeowners and households, that would have been about $656.69 per household. As it stands right now, the budget that will be presented with amendments will only include a municipal tax increase, or a tax point increase of 11 tax points. That represents per household of $102.17. Furthermore, I would like all the residents of Linden to know that the Budget Committee right now is currently starting to work on the 2013 budget, and that the committee is committed to reducing spending wherever is possible. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues on the Finance and Budget Review Committee, the Council President, and the Mayor for all their assistance during the budget process. In addition, I would like to thank the staff of the Treasurer's Office for their timeless efforts during this budget process. At this point, we're going to begin the budget presentation.
Okay, just a reminder, the purple sheet's down in front. If anyone would like to speak on the budget, please sign in there. Again, it's the purple sheet.
Good evening, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to thank the mayor and council for allowing me to present the 2013 municipal budget. And a special thank you to Councilman Brown for assisting in the presentation. You'll see some new fonts that we've utilized, and it's to Chairman Brown's credit. The introduced budget was introduced April 16th at $99,265,873.09. The governing body is going to be doing an amendment to the 2013 budget at this council meeting, changing our revenues and our expenditures to bring the budget in cap compliance for the 2013. The 2013 municipal budget will now be $95,898,542.33. The state of New Jersey requires that we segregate our budget into two categories of operating expenses. It's salary and wages and other expenses. The salary and wages for the city of Linden is $41,701,957.25. This represents all 604 full and part-time employees. We have 503 full-time employees, 101 part-time employees, 55 of them being school guards. The other expense category is $54,196,585.08. The grand total for all appropriations is $95,898,542.33. Since 2007, this governing body and the mayor have been working to eliminate positions wherever possible. The number of positions they've eliminated since 2007 to 2012 are 86 full-time positions, 15 part-time positions for over 101 positions, and they continue to reduce wherever possible in the year 2013. The summary for the 2013 budget appropriations, the budget is broken down into two categories, your appropriations and your revenue. This slide illustrates our appropriations and shows you basically in a pie where your largest appropriations are. The largest category is our public safety, which is nearly 30% or 29.81% of total appropriations, which equate to $28,589,484.25. The public safety is made up of our police department, fire departments, dispatch, and Office of Emergency Management. The next largest category of our appropriations is our insurance, which covers our health insurance, our workers' compensation insurance, and our general insurance, which is nearly 17.91% of our total budget, or $17,174,062.65. The next largest component of our budget is our Public Property and Community Services Department. Councilman Koziel's been on the Reconsolidation Reorganization Committee and has been working tirelessly since 2007 to reduce and revamp various departments. Public property has seen over a 33% decrease in personnel since 2007. The divisions that make up public property are recreation, parks, municipal garage, transportation and parking, buildings and grounds, and public works, which represents 13.59% or $13,034,600 of our total general appropriations. We have the category of our statutory expenses, which is our pension costs, our unemployment costs, and our Social Security that we must budget. The statutory expenses represents 10.17% of our total appropriations, or $9,749,224.04. The debt service for the City of Linden is $10,695,500, or roughly 11.15% of our total appropriations. The next category is our general government. This is the general government incorporates all offices from the city clerk's office to the mayor's office to the finance department, the tax collector's office, which represents roughly 8.96% or $8,595,643.29, makes up our general government. The utilities for our 23 facilities total $2,364,650, or roughly 2.4% of our total general appropriations. The library is a state-mandated number that the state dictates what the municipality cannot budget less than. In this municipal budget for 2013, it represents 1.87%, or $1,796,388.10. The last category is our reserve for uncollected taxes. A municipality must collect 100% of the taxes for the county and for the Board of Ed and turn 100% over to them. We never collect 100% for our municipal portion. Therefore, we have to budget a non-spending appropriation for our reserve for uncollected taxes.
$3,900,000 is budgeted for 2013, or 4.07% of your total appropriations. The second component to your budget after you talk about your appropriations is your revenues. And what I want to illustrate here on this chart is to show you in 2013 what our revenues compared to what our revenues were 10 years ago in 2003. And as you can see, in 2003, the amount to be raised by taxation was 40.61%, or $20,611,000 of the total general appropriations. In 2013, that amount to be raised by taxation is 55.24%, or $52,977,112 of the total general revenues. You can see that our decrease in our state aid since 2003 has been over $4.3 million. State aid in 2003 represented 38.87%, or $24,235,733 that we were awarded in 2003. In 2013, our state aids decreased to only making up 20.76% of our total general revenues, or $19,909,228. This forced the governing body to look for other areas of revenue because the state aids decreased, and since 2008, the governing body's been under a 4% cap, and in 2010, the governing body's been under a 2% cap. So therefore, we're not allowed to raise taxation to the level at once we could in order to keep the services that we had. We had to come up with creative other areas of revenue. The other areas of revenue represent now 20.76%, or $14,216,814 of all your total general revenues. As compared to 10 years ago, our other revenues were only 5.68% of our total revenues, or $6,245,143. In 2003, our surplus was 4.95% of our total revenues, or $4.6 million. In 2013, our surplus is now 5.21%, or $5 million. In prior years, our surplus had been much greater. We've been having shrinking surplus due to the shrinking of the budget and not lapsing appropriation reserves because of the 2% and the 4% caps, respectively. Our receipts from delinquent taxes in 2013 are estimated to be $2 million, or roughly 2% of our total general revenue, as compared to in 2003, $1.5 million, or 2.40%. The library levy has to be shown since 2010 on the separate revenue portion of the budget. When you look at the revenue for the library, it's 1.87%, or $1,795,388. And again, this is not a popular topic. We've been to numerous community meetings. Chairman Brown has gone to almost every ward, and we've spoke about the need for the reoccurring revenue and a minimal fee for our trash and garbage surcharge in order to maintain the current level of services that the City of Linden provides. The possibility of having to eliminate certain services if we did not institute a nominal fee were vast. These were the various services that would have been affected if we did not institute some type of nominal surcharge. Your tree services, your sewer services, we would have had to hire a private contractor to clean and repair over 2,400 catch basins, the possibility of having to lay off over 20 police officers, the possibility of furloughing all employees in the entire city once a week. That would affect services throughout the city, the cancellation of various recreation programs, the elimination of trash citywide. There'd be no grass collection, and snow removal would also have to be contracted out. The City of Linden had analyzed and wanted to explain to the residents why we had to institute that nominal fee for garbage surcharge. This chart illustrates that in decades before 2000, we had an operating landfill where all our disposal fees for tipping for garbage and trash, where we did not have to pay anyone for that because we had an operating landfill and we could bring our garbage and trash there. In 2000, the state of New Jersey required that the City of Linden cease operation of an active landfill. Since 2000, the city was forced to start paying those tipping fees. We had set aside various reserves to offset that expense. In 2007, those reserves had been depleted. Therefore, starting in 2008 and going forward, the City of Linden had to pick up the disposal fee for the garbage and trash that for decades the city never had to pay. Therefore, the city wanted to come up with a user fee that would offset the disposal and tipping fees for our garbage and our trash. Therefore, the City of Linden had passed last month the garbage and surcharge fee. And again, it's the governing body was very hesitant. We researched it, and we saw what other towns were doing. A lot of towns were privatizing, and the governing body chose to keep the services and institute the nominal fee. And in 2013, we're hoping to realize $900,000 in order to allow us to become CAP compliant in 2013. The garbage trash surcharge will be handled. It's similar to your sewer bill. It's going to be billed once a year and paid twice at 2 times a year in March and October. For 2013, the tax collector will be sending out the bills probably mid-August of 2013 for October payment. The mayor and council's #1 priority is servicing the residents of the city of Linden. The various departments that do service the community, the police department, headed by Chief Schulhafer and Mayor Gerbunka, is a 24/7 operation. We have a fully trained police department, and the total cost to operate our police department is $15,724,550. Of that, the salary and wage portion is $14,115,800, which represents the police and central dispatch salary and wage portion. The other expenses are made up of the Central Dispatch Department's operating budget, the Police Department's operating budget, and the expenses that the city must pay for the operations of the red light cameras, which the County of Union does reimburse the city half of. The next department is our Linden Fire Department, headed by Chief Joe Rizzo and Chairpersons Adam Kaczynski. We have a 24/7 operation, a professionally trained fire department. The total cost for this department is $12,539,784.25. The salary and wage portion is $11,760,484.25. The other expense category, we added in the water standby, which is $650,000, just to have the water in the hydrants. So the total operating other expense budget is $779,300. The department that I spoke earlier about is the Department of Public Property and Community Services, headed by Director Al McDonald, and the chairperson is Councilman Koziel. This has various divisions amongst this department. The Division of Recreation, there's a Division of Parks, there's a Division of Public Works, there's a Division of Municipal Garage, and a Division of Public Buildings and Grounds. The total of all the divisions' salary and wages is $9,823,300, and the other expense budget is $2,713,600 for a grand total of $12,536,900. And the Division of Public Works, headed by Superintendent Walter Ficchiti, provides vast services to the city of Linden. And this is one area that the mayor and council are very proud of, the services that they're able to provide, despite that they've lost over 33% of manpower since 2007. Our master control showed that in 1985, they had 140 personnel in the Public Works Department. Now they're down to 70, and they still have not eliminated any services. They provide services for trees, sidewalks, sewers, maintaining the waterways, the garbage collection, the trash collection, and the street sweeping. We also have a state-of-the-art free public library headed by Mr. Purvis. The state mandated budget number for 2013 is $1,795,388.10. The last component of the budget is our capital budget. And in 2013, the capital budget is a plan that the governing body looks at to address our aging infrastructure and equipment through various departments. In our public safety departments for 2013, we're addressing firefighting equipment for the fire department for thermal imaging cameras and other related firefighting equipment. And in the police department, this is the final phase of their computer upgrade and backup system. They're updating their computer automated dispatch, they're updating radio equipment, and we've been looking to revamp some certain traffic signals and related traffic equipment throughout the city. The subtotal for our public safety departments is $990,000. The capital budget, again, is a plan. The governing body would, when they're ready to proceed, the department head writes a letter requesting that an ordinance be prepared. An ordinance is prepared, and it takes 8 votes of the governing body member to pass an ordinance which gives the authorization for the department to spend onto the specific project. As debt service levels off, we look to bond new projects. In engineering, street and road resurfacing, engineering addresses our aging infrastructure for our roads, various streets, the sanitary sewer improvements, with the city curb and sidewalk program, and they have the Westbrook and Peach Orchard improvement that we're looking on for flood control. In addition, the city of Linden has various non-public safety capital improvements that range from repairing various parks throughout the city of Linden, upgrading parks. The Union County's been generous enough to give the city of Linden over $150,000 worth of grants for upgrading our capital projects for our parks in the city of Linden. Freeholder Hudak was instrumental in getting those fundings for the city. We've also been addressing various public works equipment that you've seen over the last several months through the capital budget. There was much equipment that had been damaged through the hurricane. We're replacing that equipment, but we will be receiving reimbursement through FEMA for that equipment as well. That gives you just a little scenario of what our capital budget looks like for 2013. And I know everyone's question is, where does your tax dollars go? And what this governing body has control over is the municipal portion. The municipal portion is the $52,977,111.67, or 32.62% of every dollar spent, the governing body has control over. The governing body does not have control over any of the other areas. The County of Union, we must pay the County of Union $26,348,266.76, or roughly 16.22% for the county operations for the city of Linden. That's headed by the county freeholders. The freeholders are in charge of the county spending. The open space is also a county program. We have to pay that portion $817,830.24, or roughly 0.5% of your tax dollars. The largest component is our schools, 49.55%. This is headed by the Linden Board of Education members. The total school amount to be raised for 2013 is $80,460,810. And the local library, since 2010, we have to show that as a separate item on your tax bill, shows for the local library $1,795,388.10, or roughly 1.11%. How this will affect your pocket in 2013, based on an average assessed home of $135,800, the increase for the year would be $102.17. In 2013, our tax point is equivalent to $273,217. This is the municipal portion of your tax increase. This does not include the new garbage surcharge fee. That's a separate fee that you will be billed for separately in August. The last slide is something that I want to just touch upon, because we talk about since 2008, I know you've heard me say it, and Councilman Brown and other members, that we've lost over $125,344,460 in ratables. And in real dollars, what that equates to is over $7,149,100, or over 25 tax points. This governing body's been faced with that since 2008. Therefore, they've been trying to have various redevelopment projects. Some have been hampered through litigation. We're hoping in 2014, there's going to definitely be some actual revenue-generating projects coming to fruition. Tonight, you heard about one of them, Southwood Avenue redevelopment. One of the other items is on the top Spectra Energy pipeline. This is something the mayor and council negotiated last year, and by February of 2014, we will be receiving $2.5 million annually. We have Chairman Medina of the Landfill Committee, who's actively been pursuing the PSE&G solar panels possibly on our landfill. That'll be something that hopefully will come to fruition in 2014, along with Adam Zellner and our grants person looking for grants to bring in revenue to the city of Linden. Our Tremley Point Connector Road, the mayor and the council have been working in reference to the Tremley Point Connector Road and trying to bring in redevelopment projects into the Tremley Point area. The mayor and council's worked tirelessly to try to bring in ratables wherever possible. And the General Motors property, once that will be developed, we'll be looking at roughly $5.2 million in ratables. However, that had been hampered with litigation as well. We're looking hopefully in 2014 to see that start to come to fruition. We spoke already about Southwood Avenue redevelopment. And this year, we had done the Jones Act sale, which was something new that Chairman Brown had discussed with our tax collector in order to try to get some brownfield properties off of the city's tax title liens and try to get money and revenue into the city. to his success and to our tax collector's success, over $500,000 of revenue is going to be coming into the 2013 budget because of the Jones Act sale. This was something that the state of New Jersey allowed municipalities to use. It wasn't a very popular statute. However, our tax collector was relentless in researching it and found out that this was something that could possibly benefit Linden, and we're looking to bring in over $500,000 due to that. So I would just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone for your attention. I apologize for my back. The other microphone wasn't working. I wanted to thank my staff, Nancy Gomez, Christine Figueredo, and once again, Chairman Brown for his assistance in putting this PowerPoint presentation together. And I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have on the 2013 municipal budget. Thank you again for your time and attention.
Just a reminder, if you haven't signed in, if you'd like to speak on the budget, please do on a purple sheet. Pat Hero. Again, a reminder, 5 minutes, please.
Actually, I thought we had a little bit longer on the budget, because we have to ask questions and we get answers, and 5 minutes is probably not long enough. What is the budget appropriation? I'm at the, sheet 3B, added by NJS 48-87 for $865,164 for.
Ms. Hero, could you repeat the question again? What, sheet 3B you said?
Sheet 3A, what is the budget appropriation added by NJS 48:4-87? It's $865,164. What is that?
Those are Chapter 159s. Those are revenues and grants that we've received after the budget's been adopted.
Okay. Why do you think the debt service needs to be level? It seems to me that if the debt is going down, that means the taxpayers are going to have to pay less. The less debt, the better for the taxpayer. Why does it have to be level?
Actually, in the city of Linden, our debt is extremely low compared to other municipalities. We have 0.92% equalized valuation for our debt. Other municipalities around us have over 2%. When I say level debt, what I mean is I want to keep a budget number, say 10.6 million, consistent in a budget instead of having peaks and valleys and then having inconsistencies when you have the taxpayers. 1 year it goes up, 1 year it goes down. If you keep it level, it's always the same number in the budget. So therefore, when we go for a bond issue, say in 2014, we know that $3 million is going to be dropping off of our debt service. And we know that we needed to improve roads and infrastructure and purchase certain equipment. We can then bond that $3 million in 2014 and keep a level number instead of having it keep spiking up and down. It's better to have a level debt. I followed the same plan that Mr. Saliga had taught me. And again, he's...
Need more time.
And that's why I recommend keeping a level debt.
Okay. Now, how come the interlocal agreement for Clark, Railway, Roselle, and Fanwood realized in cash in 2012 was less than was anticipated?
It's just a timing issue. By the time they send in their payments, it's past the end of the calendar year.
Okay, and are we not renewing our interlocal agreement with the Roselle, with the purchasing agent?
Not for purchasing, no ma'am.
Okay, so should we think about maybe only having one purchasing agent?
The governing body discusses that in the personnel committee and in the various committees that they have.
I might add, that's nothing against either one of those two purchasing agents who I'm really like. I'm just referring to the position, not the people in the position who I both like very much. How come in the anticipated revenues, we are not including any grants listed for 2013, especially for the Transit Village, when according to this, we just got a major grant for the Transit Village?
We did get close to $1 million, but you'll see under the capital ordinances, we're putting that through the capital because it's mostly capital projects. Our auditors recommended we run it through capital, so the grant will be through the capital budget. It's not part of the current fund budget, which is what you're looking at.
Okay, and the realized in cash seems to be a typo. Was that included? 4,400, I'm talking about sheet 9.
Which one are you referring to, Ms. Hero?
Sheet 9, it says at the bottom, realized in cash, 4,400.
That's for drunk driving over the limit year end. That's a grant that we get
Okay,
in the middle
okay.
of the year.
Okay.
And it is roughly between $4,000 and $5,000.
Okay. But we'll maybe getting that this year too, right? We just don't
Possibly, but we
include
cannot,
those.
right, we cannot anticipate something that we don't know if we're getting. We can only anticipate what we've realized the prior year or have signed agreements to anticipate into the budget.
Okay, I'm on sheet 9A. What is the consent of the Director of Local Government Services, Public and Private Revenues? Why is there such a large drop between 2012 and 2013?
Again, that's the various grant agreements that we get. So far, as of today, we have certain grants that we've included into this budget. If we get additional grants in August or September, we would do what's called a Chapter 159 and bring that revenue in, similar to that $854,000 that you had asked me about on sheet 3A.
Okay. How come we have realized in cash in 2012 so much less for the Nextel cell tower rental than was anticipated? It's about a 34,000 gap.
That again was the way the Improvement Authority sends us over the payments. It missed the calendar year deadline. We did receive that funding in January, but the close of the calendar year already had occurred.
Is that also with regard to the Juvenile Detention Center host community benefit?
The Juvenile Detention Center, the prior year had missed the cutoff. That's why we had gotten $120,000 in 12. So we can only realize $60,000 because that's the annual agreement each year.
Okay. What is the Cogen host community VFT facility? How come what's anticipated in 2013 is so much less than the $277,000 that was realized in cash in 2012?
The Cogen host community VFT, and there was a Cogen on the sheet 10. At the end of the year, you'll see Cogen host community benefit. It was again, an in-house accounting issue that we have to just clean up. The VFT is only going to be $86,000. The excess of that goes against the sheet 10 revenue for the actual Cogen host community benefit.
Okay, and what is the Morris pilot payment for?
The Morris pilot payment is in reference to his agreement that he has with the city of Linden for his property on the airport property. That was done in 2011.
Okay, here's one, city clerk, sorry. What's the jump in the salary and wages? Is that because of 3.95%?
Yes, you'll see in most departments, everyone received the final year of the contract a 3.9% increase, with the exception of the fire department and the police departments. They've conceded to not take their raises for the second half of 2013 until 2014. They're deferring their raises.
Okay. There's a large jump in wages for financial administration purchasing. And what are the $340,100 in other expenses?
In purchasing?
For purchasing, yeah.
We have various categories in purchasing. We handle all the fire protection, we handle all the batteries, we handle all the films, we handle all the copiers. Everything is centralized and run through purchasing. That's the other expense budget.
Okay. What are the other expenses for the legal services and costs?
That's the outside professionals, that's different subscription dues, membership dues that the law department may require. And that's actually gone down significantly over the last 3 years under Mr. Hudak, the other expense category.
Yeah, but 237,000 still seems like a lot of money to me. Just a thought. What are the other expenses, 39,700 for the planning board?
That's to hire a professional, they hire a planner that assists the city.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay, why have the other expenses for the red light cameras invoices gone from $684,000 to $912,000?
Four additional intersections, and the County of Union reimburses us half of that expense.
Okay, and I guess I wanted to ask what the other expenses for the police and fire department are for.
Mostly contractual items in the fire department. They have training and education, they have clothing, they have uniforms, they have various other contractual obligations similar to in the police department, contractual items.
Makes sense. Okay. Why is there such a large increase in other expenses for the Shade Tree Commission from $27,150 to $52,150?
Due to the storm last year, the shade tree wasn't able to do their planting, so this year the council had kept the budget whole from the previous year so that the plantings can be done for 2013. Unfortunately, because of 2012 with the hurricane and Sandy, Mr. Tandle wasn't able to do the tree plantings. So that's why we've appropriated last year's and this year's amount for him to handle.
Okay. That doesn't make sense, but... Why the large increase in salaries and wages and other expenses for building and grounds? 15D.
That would be, again, because of the percentage increase due to 3.95% for all contractual employees.
Maybe we should think this year of maybe not giving raises or a very, very limited amount of raises, like maybe 0.5%, and also think about, instead of a percentage basis, do it on like maybe 500, 100, you know.
We have a very aggressive negotiations committee headed by Chairwoman Cosby Hurling, who's been meeting regularly with her committee and will be actively pursuing major concessions from all the 8 unions.
Ms. Hero, you have 1 minute.
Okay, why has the postage expenses gone up so much from $60,000 to $160,000?
The postage actually was moved. There had been a substantial amount of postage budgeted in municipal court. For years, municipal court had been outside caps. Since it's been moved inside caps, we wanted to centralize all postage. So there's no longer a postage in the municipal court. That changed to now just a centralized postage account.
Okay, and by the way, if anybody wants to take my thing, it's very easy to do. I've had, just tell you which ones to go to, so if you want to pick up on mine, feel free to ask the questions. Why has the LEDC contribution gone down from $65,000 to $35,000?
The contribution was decreased because all the other operating departments had been reduced, and the committee and the chairman had discussed reducing that to levels where it had been in previous years. Since 2007, I believe, 2007 levels. Some departments are operating at 2004 levels, their operating expenses. Chairman Brown may want to expand on that answer if you're not satisfied.
Yeah, Ms. Hero, you're going through, we can discuss it later, but keep going through the budget.
Okay, what is the salary adjustment on page, sheet 17?
Salary adjustment account is an account that in the event that we miscalculated some type of raise or give back, that we have an appropriation that we could transfer from. It's a minimal non-spending account we charge transfer out of.
Okay. Why has the unemployment insurance gone up to $557,700 from $200,000?
That was on the introduced budget, the $557,000. We're looking to amend that number down because we're not going to have to do layoffs and furloughs. We had increased that in April, anticipating that we were going to have to lay off police, firemen, and furlough every city employee. So that's why we were going to look to increase it on the introduced budget in April. You'll see once we do the amended that we're going to be reducing that appropriation.
Okay. Now, what's the difference between the Consolidated Police and Firemen's Pension Fund and the Police and Firemen's Retirement System of New Jersey?
The Police and Firemen's Pension System is the regular pension. The Consolidated Police and Fire was back from the 1980s. There's a very specific number specified for that. We have to keep it separate under the state of New Jersey. They want to see it segregated.
I take it the library appropriations have gone down from $1,875,859.26 to $1,795. Why isn't that a possibility for the other departments? Why don't you just say, okay, we're going to reduce your department by this amount, like 5% or whatever, and you get to work, you know, department head, you get to work within that. That's kind of how some of us have to operate in our own personal lives. Why don't you do that with the departments?
We actually start with zero. We ask all the departments to start with zero. We do zero-based budgeting since 1992. Actually, if you look over there, you'll see a big black binder. That's every department's requests that we send to them with a budget manual, and we ask them to start with zero, justify every expense. Then the Finance Committee reviews their requests with the department heads at least 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 times, and have them reduce. Like I said, some departments are at 04 level, some are reduced by more than 5%.
Ms. Hero, your time's up.
Thank you. Anybody want to? Okay.
Mrs. Mildred Curry Johnson.
You went rather rapidly. I could not follow so many things, and I'm certain that there are many of us here who have difficulty in being able to scrutinize such a budget, especially in desperate times as these are that we're in, when $10 per family is going to be the rule of the day probably from now in perpetuity, which means forever. And I moved to this town so many years ago because I thought it was a very safe place to live. I still do believe it's a very safe place to live, though I noticed that we've gone up on police costs in pretty much every category. But yet, though, I look at the number of people who are living here, and it seems that that has gone down. So with the decrease, and correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a decline in our residents who live here now, as compared to 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
That's incorrect. The 2010 census, we had 39,000 residents. Now we're up to 40,500.
Even with the 500 homes in foreclosure, so we're actually talking about an increase in probably renters rather than buyers?
Again, that was the 2010 census. I'm not an expert in the breakdown. We used to have a 39,800 population, and in 2010, we're 40,500.
Okay, so from the 500 homes that are in foreclosure, those are the people who have probably moved out, correct? Or they've moved to apartments, and maybe that's why our costs have gone up in terms of the police department and the fire department?
No.
Not necessarily. Just because a home is in foreclosure doesn't necessarily mean that people have moved out of a home.
Okay.
But I guess your question is, why has the cost gone up in the police and fire?
Yes, I guess, because I'm thinking in terms of, especially when you were talking about the tower project and only 6 children actually go to the public schools here, and it seems that there are fewer children attending schools in Linden public schools. But yet, though our expenses continue to rise, I'm not just talking about the school districts, I'm talking about overall, over our entire city. So those are the concerns that I have. Like I said, it's difficult to follow when you're not accustomed. Though I've looked through the budget and I see that in many places there have been reduced costs, but I've also seen in other places where it looks like it's doubled and tripled, like the $557,000 $700 for unemployment insurance, which I believe you explained, Alexis. Went from 200,000 to 556,000.
Yes, Ms. Curry, that's on the introduced budget that we did in April. In April, we were facing layoffs of police, fire, and furloughing every city employee. So that's why that line item had increased unemployment. Once the council closes this hearing and votes on the amendments, you'll see that that number is going to be reduced in August when we look to finally adopt the budget, because we're not laying off any police, fire, or furloughing any employees.
Alexis, can you point out to me other places where you had to try to increase the budget and it's going to change and be less? Could you show me some places in the budget that show that?
Sure. If you look at,
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty flipping pages.
Police Department, their salary and wages were, when we introduced the budget, $14,701,800.
That's the police budget. What page are we on there?
That would be on sheet 15B.
15B is going back this way, I believe.
It's now going to be $13,266,500.
Okay, again, which line are we on, police?
If you look at, right, sheet 15B.
Okay, got 15B. salary
Police
and
Department salary and wages.
Uh-huh.
That number from the introduced budget has gone down. Same thing in the fire department. The introduced budget number has gone down.
So the introduced budget number would be for 2013 or for 2012?
2013, April 16th, we passed the introduced budget.
So that 14.
And that was over the cap. If you remember at our community meetings, when I went there, I explained how we were over the cap. Well, now we're making various amendments. After this hearing, the chairman will recommend a resolution amending this budget, the introduced budget from April, to become cap compliant for 2013.
Could I have my pen? Give me my pen here. I just want to put a check mark because I'd like to go through and have you just let me know where we have projected.
If in order to save time, I can give you a copy of my spreadsheet after the meeting. I have no problem giving you a copy of my spreadsheet.
I really wanted other people to hear, because that to me suggests that you really did you made some hard decisions.
We will be having a public hearing on the amendments, Ms. Curry, in August, so we're really not supposed to comment on what the amendments are this month. It's next month will be the hearing. It'll be published, and it will be, I have a hearing next month. I can go through each one next month with you, but again, technically, I'm supposed to only speak about the introduced budget.
I'm not going to be here at the meeting next time. I wanted to be present for this one because I felt that it would give us the opportunity to at least share it with those who may not be able to attend the next meeting. So before you approve it. So that's why I was asking that you would go through some of those.
Sure, those are the highlights, were the police, the fire, the unemployment.
Police, fire, unemployment? Is that the fire department, that would be their salaries and
Right, the
wages?
fire department salary and wages.
Uh-huh. Those are some of the concessions that you were able to get, working hard, huh?
Yes.
Okay, I can imagine how hard that must have been. And then the unemployment, what page was that on again?
Unemployment was on sheet,
Unemployment services. What page was that? 557,000.
sheet 19.
Okay. So you're not supposed to, as you said, share it with the public just yet?
Not yet, because there will be a resolution asking for the amendment to the budget, and there will be a hearing on the amendments in August, and then hopefully the final adoption of the budget in August.
All right, so in your opinion, and I trust you with your opinion,
Are they out there still?
Alexis, you've been in the business many years. How many areas do you feel that we made those kinds of decisions?
We reduced probably, I would say, close to 50 line items.
50 line items. Good, good. I'm happy about that. Still not happy about that surcharge going on in perpetuity. And I'd like to hear where someone says to us, oh, that's going to go away in 2014.
Ms. Curry, if you heard on the presentation, I spoke about the $125 million rateable base that we lost since 2008.
Yes.
If the city of Linden was able to bring back our rateable base, there is a possibility that this governing body would not have to institute that nominal surcharge. This governing body has looked at every avenue, and no one No one wanted to do any type of surcharge. Unfortunately, there was no other avenue or area to do, and that's why they instituted that. But I don't think they want that in perpetuity. I don't want to speak for them. I'm sure each of them can speak for themselves. But just from being in the meetings and having countless meetings on this topic, I know that they don't want it to be in perpetuity. And if the city of Linden starts having a spark and an ignition, and that we have our readable base become back whole, we may not be able to have that in perpetuity.
Well, that would be a blessing.
Sure would.
But it seems that when something is put in place in townships, that it usually is not retracted. Once it's in, it stays in. And as new people come in, it's like a forgotten thing. And before you know it, it's a permanent thing. And then the mindless spending continues, and we forget where we came from. This just popped into my head. You know, if we were able to do so many reductions in 50 line items for this budget, did we make any of that? Did we struggle to do any of that 2011, 2010, 2009?
This governing body's been doing that consistently, and that's why our surplus has been decreased, because for prior years, we were able to regenerate surplus through our lapsing of appropriation reserves. What we appropriated, say, in 2010, we didn't expend everything that lapsed into our surplus. Because of the governor's 2% cap, and because of the governing body reducing every expense wherever possible, you no longer rejuvenate that general surplus back. So this governing body and Chairman Brown has taken a very active role in the finance and in the budget. I have to commend him on his efforts. He was in my office almost every day and worked on this budget. This finance committee was very active. Previous finance committees were very active. This council and this mayor have never recklessly spent any penny. The unfortunate situation was, since 2008, that we have lost a tremendous amount of ratables and over $7.4 million of tax dollars, coupled with the fact that we were in a very tough economic time. It was the perfect storm in 2013, and again, because of Councilman Brown and the committee, we were able to bring this into cap compliant.
Well, this is not a problem of just the city. This is a problem for individuals in the city. Each of us here has felt that economic crisis that you're talking about. But yet, when a solution came up, the answer was, okay, we've cut and we've reduced as many line items as we can. Now we've got to reach into the pockets of those who individually have been impacted by the economic crisis and maybe just chisel away $10 more per month. I mean, I'm struggling with that, because even though I may be able, there are other people here who are not. And they may not be sitting in these chairs here. They're at home, maybe working, probably trying to make ends meet so that they can provide their families with whatever it is that is necessary for them to survive and to live well.
Ms. Curry Johnson, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. I can't applaud the mayor or the city council just yet. I really can't, because I'm struggling now to face what I feel has been just a very harsh solution to put on the backs of taxpayers who have an increase in their taxes and then an additional surcharge. But I appreciate the efforts of those of you who have struggled to try and make our city better by voting no when it wasn't popular to do so. And I know we have to go on, but I hope none of us ever forget that we're all in this together, and that it's got to be your turn sometime to pay your dues, and not always on the backs of our taxpayers. Thank you.
Councilman Brown, you wanted to...
Was there anybody else, or? I just want to address the one issue, because I know we keep talking about the garbage surcharge, and again, I just want to stress, the goal is for us to not have to utilize this. And so I just want to address what one thing that you're saying, you're right. if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, the results are going to be the same. So not only did we try to reduce spending in this budget, but we try to be more efficient. So when you see some of these capital improvement projects, and we made investment into our technology with the help of Councilman Koziel, where we're going to be reducing everything from paper down to repairs and just a whole host of things, where we're trying to be leaner and more efficient. Then also is that we never talked about really some of the revenue that we're trying to get in as well. Alexis talked about the Jones Act and how we brought in some additional funds on there. The mayor has talked about a number of different times this pipeline that should be coming into town. And so, the goal, I don't want you thinking the goal is for council to keep spending the way it has been, because we have been putting things in place to address those. And the goal is, we've had this discussion, is that we don't want to have to utilize this. But as Alexis pointed out in the presentation, and we want to make sure that was in there, the other solution was that if we didn't find some type of revenue to offset and put us in, NCAP compliant, the greater harm would be the reduction of police officers, the reduction of services that would have, I think, caused greater harm that residents have been so dependent on. So it's a very tough situation, but at the same time, like I mentioned in my statement, we are working for it next year as well. We have our auditors and we have our financial professionals giving us projections for next year so that we can give some type of insurance to the residents that, hey, maybe 3, 4, 5, years down the road that we're not going to have to rely on this. So that we're not going to have to rely on this, that we're going to be able to discontinue this. So I don't want you thinking that this is something that we're looking to do forever. We are making some changes and restructuring so that, at the end of the day, we're running government differently.
Madam President?
Yes. I would just ask council if we could possibly hold some comments till I go through the residents, and I'll give council a chance to speak on this. Okay. Can you wait, Mr. Koziel, on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jean Brigida? I called for that several times, Mr. Shaw. You could talk in a public session.
Good evening. Alexis, I have a question about the health insurance.
Speak in the mic, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. About the health insurance.
Okay.
How much does it cost the city? Because I know we were talking about the contracts ending and a contribution being made. So it cost, if I saw your PowerPoint presentation correctly, is it $17,174,000?
The 17 million from the PowerPoint represents our workers' comp insurance, our general insurance, and our health insurance. If you
Okay.
want to just know specifically the health insurance, it's over $15 million, $15,343,000.
Okay, so let's take that 15 million, and how much with the contribution of 1.5% is that going to save the city or offset that cost?
Our labor relations specialist negotiated that, so he's just telling me a little bit of what he was talking about.
For 2013, no one's paying except for what we already have, a slight variance in the one of the contracts. There's a contribution, a small contribution. Come 2014, the 1.5, it's not just going 1.5% of that of the health benefits is not going to work. It's actually more of a savings because it's either 1.5% of a person's salary or a percentage based upon a state-controlled guide. The state comes in with a chart and tells us if you're making X number of dollars, you have to pay this percentage. I don't want to say a majority, but a large number of our staff is not going to pay 1.5 because that's the lower number. They're going to pay the cost of the health benefits percentage-wise. So I think in the first year it could be as much as 8.7% because we have some people who are making $10 an hour and they would pay 1.5. So it's a very complicated, the state gives us a formula worksheet. So it's not, if I say take 1.5% of the health benefits, it's not an accurate number. It's not even going to be close to accurate. It'll actually, if you take the 1.5%, it'll actually wind up being more money.
So 1.5% is with the teachers' union?
Huh?
1.5%?
Well, we don't, there are no teachers here. I'm confused.
What do you mean there's no teachers? Doesn't that make up our taxes?
Teachers? That's the
That's
Board
the Board
of
of
Ed.
Education.
Board of
We're
Ed.
only responsible for the City of Linden employees. But to answer what I think your question is, for 2014, our projections for contributions from our employees are roughly $960,000. The following year, that number is going to increase. That's what Chairman Brown was speaking about, that we're looking to increase that contribution amount through our negotiations, chair and committee, to get more than what the state calculation number is. I can give you a copy of this after the meeting. This is how the state calculates it. But we're working on that with our financial advisors to project what that number is going to be for each year as an offset to what the increase is each year for our health insurance, anywhere from 9 to 12%.
So that's for every state employee?
Yes, it'll be for every municipal employee. The reason why we're presently, many employees of the 8 bargaining units haven't been contributing, because if they had a covered bargaining unit, we were not able to, that law did not supersede the contract. Contracts end 12/31 of this year, therefore in 14, everyone
They'll be changed.
contributes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, Mayor Garbanca, the resident increase from 2010 to 2013 of 1,500 residents, is that a significant increase, or you said 39,000 versus 40,500? Did I hear that correctly? Is that significant? I don't know.
I wouldn't say it's significant. It's the figure that the 2010 census gave us.
Okay.
But I do see a lot more houses being built in vacant lots in the city, and I think our city's attractive to new residents, and now that the economy is starting to improve, I think you're going to see a larger increase in residents.
Well, I think what the previous woman who spoke before me is concerned with is that these 176 units, they will be occupied, because I have seen developments in other counties, they put up these lavish developments and they're not occupied. So as long as, you see it successful with Hoboken and other towns, and you feel it's going to be successful here, I'm all for it. I think parking, we heard tonight, is an issue, so hopefully that'll get addressed. I just want to read something from the meeting of last time, because last month when I attended the last meeting, it was discussed and emphasized by the mayor that he needed the budget passed and he needed to do what was the best for the city of Linden. We as residents realized that there was a strong possibility that the surcharge would be passed because it was the viable avenue the city had to capture revenue. After hearing about the development with the 176 units, I hope they will be subject to the surcharge as well. Most of the people who got up and spoke against the surcharge, but others, including people like myself, asked that a cap or length of time be proposed to assure residents that the garbage surcharge would not increase year after year, but we were not provided those assurities. People got up and spoke about their hardship and extra expense that would hurt them financially. The city listened, but did nothing to assure the residents that this was temporary until tonight. Alexis, you mentioned something, so it was a little comforting to hear from you. With that being said, I would like to know how the city of Linden was able to hire 4 men as summer help on the DPW. I do not care if they are at minimum wage, but how do you spend money that we do not have, or do you have extra money from the contribution that the residents just made by hitting us with the garbage surcharge? Also, the nice lady who received a plaque last month as the crossing guard, who at the end of her career earned $17 per hour as a part-time crossing guard. It is not her fault that she earned that hourly rate, but at what point does the city step in and set guidelines for positions so that it is known that a position earns X number of dollars, and unless you are promoted, you are at the top of your pay grade? I think that others in the city, DPW, that work full-time and do not earn $17 an hour. The next issue I would like to know was health care, which you answered for me, because the 1.5% or whatever percentage you propose, a person earning $100,000 would contribute $1,500 annually a year. However, if that employee has a family on the plan, that means that it is costing the city $13,200 to insure a family, and that's being conservative. The city is kicking in the balance of $11,700 for one employee and their family. Does that sound logical? And if that same employee with $100,000 needed coverage for just themselves as an individual, then the cost is around $3,900. So there's a big significant difference between costing the city $3,900 versus $11,700. It all comes down to the type of classification the employee needs and what costs the city. Employees that earn $35,000 a year and have a family, their 1.5% does not even cover a month's worth of premium.
Ms. Brigida?
Yes.
1 minute, please.
1 minute?
1 minute.
Lastly, the council, I believe Mr. Brown asked the people who got up and spoke what their ideas on creating revenue. Our ideas are to cut spending, and why do you need us to advise you of that? We elected all of you so that you should know that spending needs to be cut and more of a contribution needs to be made towards health care, because the residents can't continue to absorb the shortfalls, and the city needs to make changes that will help the city financially. I moved to Linden in 1996, and I never attended a meeting before May of this year. I am getting very concerned as I see people at the podium who have been doing this for years. I am not going to be doing this for years because a change needs to be made. I hope that you will make a positive change and think of the residents of Linden that absorb most of these expenses. One other thing, Alexis, when you mentioned the deferring raises for the police, I think it was, and the firemen, they postponed it. Does this mean now in 2014, because they postponed it for 2013, we're going to absorb it in 2014 and we're going to have a shortfall again?
Well, no, we're not, well, hopefully we're not going to have any type of shortfall because we are basically paying them their raises in the 13th pay in 2014 from the number of retirements that they've had in each of the departments. The fire department's anticipating a large number, the police department's anticipating a large number, and we're looking to restructure the department. So by those retirements, that would basically pay for the $253,000 for each deferral.
Okay.
And just to answer your question in reference to the Public Works summer seasonal program, we've had that in the budget. That's been a regular line item of, I believe, $30,000 for the last 10 years. Because the Public Works Department's been down for the last, since 2007 in manpower, over 33% of their manpower, of their labor force has been reduced. The governing bodies had, at $8 an hour, hired the temporary seasonal workers, and they're basically, it's like a training program that they utilize to see how the help is, and then when we do have an actual vacancy, they then try to pick from that. So that's something that Mr. Fakiti's been working. They fill in for vacation, people that are out on vacation, and injuries. Mr. Fakiti reported last night that 3 guys, because of the heat, were injured. So it's only, there are $8 an hour employees that are replacing employees that are out, injured, and on vacation.
But last month when we had the caucus meeting, Walter had asked about hiring seasonal help, and Mayor Gabanka told him that if the budget didn't get passed, or talking about layoffs, like seasonal help wasn't allocated.
There's different seasonal help. There's seasonal help that the council was referring to was what we usually budget in engineering. That seasonal help handles like the cutting of the grass, that handles the painting of the curbs, that handles office work throughout the city. That was something that was always budgeted in the engineering department budget, $90,000. This year, the governing body chose not to budget that seasonal type of line item. But the seasonal in the Public Works Department has been budgeted regularly because of the shortfall of manpower that they've had continuously. So the committee and the council recommended that they allow Walter to fill those positions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Virginia Malik?
This will be quick. Alexis, I think you can answer this. You had a pie chart, and the 3 major components on the pie chart I'm thinking of is about 50% of it was the Board of Ed and that was about maybe $80+ million. The municipality was like 50-some odd million, and the county was 20-some odd million. So that maybe totals probably about 170 million. When I look at my tax bill, part of it, I see goes to the Board of Ed. For the $170 million, what amount is being paid by our taxes? I couldn't remember.
Yes, that's what the total amount for the school is $80,460,810. That we, the city, we collect all the taxes and we have to turn that over to the Board of Education. For the year 2013, that number is $80,460,810.
No. So out of that total pie chart, it's roughly about $170 million. And I know that you had another chart saying that the taxes that are collected, which covers for the county, for the municipality, and for the Board of Ed, only a portion of that is covered by our taxes. What I wanted to know is what portion of that $170 million is
You're
actually...
talking about the reserve fund collected taxes. We budget $3.9 million as the municipality because we don't always receive 100%. Our tax collection rate's very high. It's nearly 98%, but we never receive 100%. So we have to budget for that reserve fund collected taxes, which is $3.9 million.
Right. But some tax comes from the taxpayer. The rest comes from the businesses that we have here. So what I'm saying is from the taxes that is levied on the individual, what percent of the $170 million is coming from the individuals, not from
Oh, you're talking
business?
residential versus industrial?
Commercial, right.
Roughly I believe our ratio is 43%.
Oh, okay, fine. All right, then, with that in mind, that only 43% is coming from the individual, it was also on your slide that you said roughly $102 is going to be the increase for...
The average assessment.
The average assessment, okay. But knowing that our budget of the roughly $96 million, that is just for the municipal portion of it, then I guess the point I'm trying to make is that you have the Board of Ed. People are expecting maybe only $102 increase for the municipal portion, but I would assume, we don't have control over the Board of Ed, but I'm assuming that the Board of Ed is also having some additional expenses. So do we know, is it really only $102 that is going to be a rough increase over our tax bill, or is there going to be additional money due to the Board of Ed? And do we have any idea, even though it's not...
The municipal portion is the $102.
$102.
That's our responsibility. The school is roughly $30, the increase $30.
Okay, so it's not that-
The county is roughly $64 based on the average assessed home.
What was that, 64?
The county is $64.
Okay, so it's roughly going to be
So the
$200
total-
increase.
If you wanted to just say a total, based on an average assessed home, the total tax increase would be about $196.
So 200,
with
okay,
everything.
with everything. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Michael Annison? Can you please state your address for the clerk?
350 Rosewood Terrace. I'm starting off on sheet 15C. Is it municipal garage or garbage? Sorry, that's garage. All right, so let me go over to solid waste collection. The salaries and wages went up $160,000 approximately, but the other expenditures went down about $300,000. If that's the case, then why do we have a solid or a new garbage removal fee? It seems that we have a surplus compared to last year.
Again, the budget that you're looking at, it's the introduced budget. So there were changes made since that introduced budget. There were amendments made. What the salary and wages had gone down because there had been certain retirements that we were able to take out of the budget since April. And the appropriation, that other expense area, the original governing body's decision was to eliminate trash. There was a lot of feedback from the communities that they wanted trash back in. So that number, you'll see, will increase. We had to put trash back in. The reason why the governing body decided to do the garbage surcharge was because of the amount that the city of Linden needed to have for reoccurring revenue to offset the disposal fees. Disposal fees for just your regular household garbage is roughly $900,000. For trash, it was roughly between $400,000 and $500,000 annually. So the tipping, the $10 is to offset those tipping fees that for years the city never had to pay because we had the operating landfill.
But we did start paying it in 2007, correct?
In 2008, we started putting it into the budget. But in 2008, we also started the 4% cap, which limited the amount that we could raise taxes. And in 2010, the 2% hard cap came in. So it made the governing body's ability to raise taxes to keep the same level of services much more difficult. So in 2013, because the reserves had been utilized in prior years, we were 5.2 million over cap at the introduction in April. We're right now, after this hearing, will be at cap compliant with the budget, with that surcharge being in place.
And you were using what was it, the surplus to pay off the tipping fees?
There had been reserves set aside when we were having the operating landfill. There was significant reserves that were set aside that we utilized in each year's budget to offset those tipping fees. But since 2008, they've been depleted.
And why didn't anybody do the math to figure out when our revenues would, or our reserves would go out in 2013?
Well, unfortunately, in 2012, there was certain reserves that were not able to be replenished. We, historically, over the last 5 years, had various operating expenses that we have been able to lapse into surplus. So every year, we would know that our surplus would increase anywhere between $4 and $5 million. In 2012, we only realized $5 million instead of $8 million and $9 million as in years past. That's because of the 2% cap that we've been reducing expenses, and there's no appropriations to lapse over, so that lapsing over of those reserves have been depleted. We are now working on a 5-year forecast so that what happened in 2013 doesn't happen again, that we're looking to make sure our revenues and our expenses work and tie in together. Councilman Brown's been working very closely with our financial advisors, and also because of the 2% cap, we're limited in the amount that we can raise, and there's certain exceptions to that.
Okay, and where's the tipping fees on this budget?
If you look at solid waste collection on sheet 15D,
That's what
it's
I was
under the
looking at.
other expense category.
And that's the one that went down 300,000 since last year?
But when we amend the budget, you'll see that it's going to go up because we're reinstituting and putting trash back into the budget this year.
I see what you mean. So it's because we haven't had trash pickup for the past couple of months?
We had taken it in April, when that budget was introduced, we had taken trash out. But since then, the outcry's been that the residents want trash, so we put that money back in. So we'll be amending that line item to increase.
Okay, and do we know what we're amending that to yet?
The new number will be $1,104,900.
That's still less than 2012.
It is less than 2012 because we've cut other areas in that line item budget, in that operating budget of solid waste collection.
I guess the point I'm trying to get at is if we have to pay a garbage removal fee, why is it going down for garbage removal? It seems like a surplus tax for the citizens just to cover the rest of the budget.
Well, it's used as a general revenue. It's budgeted as a local revenue on sheet 4 in the budget. So it's not a specific dedicated trust account that is established just to offset the tipping fees, but that was the council's concern, was to try to cover the tipping fee costs.
I see, okay.
Okay, I'll go to comments from the council. Councilman Koziel, you had your hand up?
I'll be very brief. We've been up here year after year, and I have to say that, and to speak to Ms. Curry's remarks and the other young lady, we've all worked very hard, and I think you've heard through our reports month after month, year after year, it's getting more and more difficult. In Alexis's presentation, two very significant things stand out. The reduction of revenue by millions and millions of dollars, and our ability to reduce the workforce by over 30%. That's so significant. And still, we just managed with some concessions to get under the 2% cap. So I just wanted to make that point. There were a lot of people working very, very hard to make that happen. But any other concerns that you may have, we're available at any time to go over any items on here. And clarification, I know we talked about it in the past, but we continue to work hard. We continue to look wherever we can to make cuts. But those are significant things. If the money stops coming into the city, it's like running a household and all of a sudden revenue stops. What do? You look to cut things, and then you look to cut vital things. But in cutting over 30%, not a lot has been lost as far as city services go. And that's significant. And a lot of that credit has to go to our department heads. And we've pounded them, and we've said at meetings, you have to make do. You simply have to make do. But we don't have the guys. You have to make do, because that's what the private sector does. If you lose people, the job still has to get done. The product still has to be made. So we are a corporation, if you will, and we have to stay as profitable as we could be, or just barely break even, and that's kind of what we did now. But these people did a lot of work, and I give them a lot of credit. And when remarks are made such that we have to do more, we look at everything. So when Peter had said, Councilman Brown had said, if anybody has any ideas, sometimes there's an idea out there that we haven't thought of, but I just want to let you know that we have thought and explored every option. Try to keep the services for the people, but again, try to reduce that. And we've done it at the expense of a lot of city workers who have left through attrition, and we just did not replace. But the operation of the city is still going on. Thank you.
Any other members from council wish to speak? Mr. Armstead?
Yes, I just would like to say that we worked very hard on this budget. It was a very difficult task. Again, the big issue here is our revenues have been decreasing at a very rapid pace over the last 10 years or so. My next statement will be directed to this gentleman who was concerned about the garbage surcharge. All of us on this council, I don't think any one of us wanted to institute a surcharge. But what we have done is charging $10 a household was to basically create a recurring revenue. Now, at last month's council meeting, I mentioned that I think there's a way that we can take that recurring revenue, and I think our focus should be on how we handle our trash and our garbage. I don't think that we're doing handling our trash and our recyclables as efficiently as we can. I think that a certain amount of that $10 surcharge should be invested into new equipment which will bring us into a state-of-the-art type of recycling facility, and we can see a difference in the amount of money that we're receiving for our recyclables. I think that DPW, we have to figure out a way on trash day to keep the metals from being curbside, and I think that we should actually tell people who have metals to leave them on their property, and we should figure out a way to collect those metals without allowing others from out of town to come take those metals, because that's significant dollars that we're losing. So again, it's one thing to charge $10 a month. It's another thing to take that money and apply it, at least a certain portion of it, to guarantee that we're going to be doing things a little more efficiently, so that $10 kind of becomes like we can offset it with new revenues that we're charging, and it's a win-win for the citizens. So.
Councilman Brown?
I just want to address one of the issues I keep hearing, cut. But in the beginning, I want to remind people is that when we start the budget process, we get, all the input from departments, whether it's the police, fire, public works, clerk's office, everyone, And this request is basically how much it's going to cost to run the city. So in the beginning of the year, or early, late part last year, that total request came to over $104 million. Throughout the months and going through each department, some of them we went 2, 3, 4 times. And when we talk about line items, it's not the line items in the budget. We go through, well, why are you spending this much on photocopy paper? Why are you spending, reducing phone lines, reducing, this crazy stuff that we've been doing. We've got it down to $95 million, which still seems like a lot. But what we've also been trying to do is still provide some of those services. Alexis mentions, like, when we reduce the trash, it's like, all right, well, let's reduce the trash, something simple as that. but we had more residents talk about, hey, I want this trash service more than talking about police and fire protection. Now, we cut police officers. We know that that's an issue, and that's a quality of life issue. You're not going to have the police officers out there to answer these phone calls. And at the same time, while we're trying to cut, we strategically we're cutting where it's going to have the least amount of impact on the quality of life of residents. You know, Public Works, I know we mentioned Public Works, cutting Public Works. You can only cut them so much before you see, and you know, the mayor and other council members were telling you, I'm a stickler for, you know, the train station, and I'm like, well, why all these weeds here? Quite simply, we don't have the manpower. You know, if we cut more, then some of these properties where we have these overgrown lawns, we can't cut, and so we have to strike some type of balance where we're still providing services, but we're cutting to get under cap. So, I mean, this was an extremely hard budget to get under, and we are, once this passes, you know, working towards next year, you know, this year. So I'm working hard to make sure that we prevent this problem from happening next year.
Any other members of council? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please? To close this hearing?
Council President, make a motion to close the public hearing.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Okay, Mr. Brown? I'm going to ask the clerk to read the resolution amending the 2013 budget.
Whereas the City of Linden local municipal budget for 2013 was approved on the 16th day of April 2013, and whereas the public hearing on said budget has been held as advertised, and whereas it is desired to amend said approved budget now, therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Linden, County of Union, that the following amendments to the approved budget of 2013 be made. Be it further resolved that this amendment or summary, in accordance with the provisions of NJSA 40A:4-9, be published in the Union County Local Source in the issue of July 25, 2013, and that said publications contain notice of public hearing on said amendments to be held at City Hall on August 20th, 2013, at 7:00 p.m.
Okay, can I have a motion on this, please?
Council President, make a motion to accept the amendments and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move ahead with the public hearing on the Special Improvement District 2013 budget. Again, if anybody would like to speak on the Special Improvement District budget, please sign in on the orange sheet that is down here on the table. Mr. Bono, would you please come up?
Does anybody have any questions on the budget? You all have a copy of our budget? I'm not going to go into a long dissertation other than to say that the SIG committee is working diligently to beautify the downtown area. If you look in our budget, you'll see that we employed a grantsman this year to go after grants, because the type of work that has to be done in the city far exceeds the budget that we have. So hopefully, with the advent of the transit station and some of the grants that we think we're going to get, we're going to be able to replace all the sidewalks on Wood Avenue, and the signs, and the crossways, and the parking lot, and a number of other things. So I feel very good about this budget. Our budget hasn't been increased in 16 years. So I'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
There was nobody that signed up.
Right, do any members of the public have any, like to come up and speak on this? Give me the orange sheet. Okay, you gotta sign in on the orange seat? Okay, come sign up. The orange one.
She already has the sheet.
Oh, you have it? All right. They were blank, so Mr. Principato, if you'd like to, okay, you can put this back down, Mike.
One question I have about the sidewalks is, over the years, we've tried to beautify the downtown area by adding pavers, and I've noticed that pavers, although they look nice for a year or two, they don't look nice in 5 to 10 years, and they require a lot of maintenance. So I don't know what is in the plan, but knowing enough for a lot about the business, I think it would be a better idea just to put concrete down. And I have no problem walking on concrete as opposed to pavers, and I think that there's other things that we can do to make the downtown area look better. And I don't think that spending extra money for pavers is one of those things. Maybe if they want to use them as an accent, but I've noticed over the years that every year that we are maintaining and pulling them up and replacing them, and there's plenty of areas that I walk down when I walk down Wood Avenue where no matter how much maintenance they do on those pavers, they end up moving, and, you know, they just don't look that nice, you know. I think that we can put the money, it's just an idea that we could put the money to better use in a different area and just put regular concrete down, and it'll look just as nice.
Let me answer. You're absolutely right.
Mike, can you speak in the mic? Could you speak in the mic?
You're absolutely right. The pavers have been down for in excess of 14 years. And you're right, at this particular point, we have to do something. Our plan is to go away from pavers and to go into pressed concrete. And that's what the plan is to do, to replace the pavers. You're absolutely right.
Michelle?
Yes, Mr. Armstead.
Mike, may I make another suggestion? With that pressed concrete, you know, you could use different coloring schemes, and you can make it look just as nice and attractive as the pavers if you use colors.
That's the plan, Councilman, and it starts with the Transit Village, with them going south toward Route 1 and 9 with the improvements in the sidewalks there. We're going to follow the same pattern and bring it through the town when we get the money from the grants to do it. That's our plan. Because we found, like the gentleman just said, that the pavers, although they look nice, you know, after 14 years, they're in disrepair, and we have to do something about it, and that's the plan.
Can I have a motion to close the hearing and approve the budget?
I make a motion to close the hearing and seek a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Okay. Ordinances continued from the meeting of June 18, 2013. Can I have a motion on 5720, please?
Council President, make a motion to table ordinance 57-20 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Okay, ordinance 5721.
Council President, seek a motion to table ordinance 57-21 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay. Ordinance 5727.
Number one.
Madam President, I make a motion that ordinance 57-27 be hearing be closed. Seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus, we had the hearing and it was closed last month. We need a motion on the ordinance.
Okay, then I ask for 57-27 to be reopened.
No, no,
Seek a
it's,
second.
it's a motion to adopt.
Oh, okay, so I motion to adopt ordinance. Mr. Shabby, do you have a question on it? Sure.
As for the teacher permits, and I also see on here, you have another one pertaining to the same thing, 5741, I think?
In the motion on first hearing?
5741, is that the same as 5727? I see on the back here. Pertaining to
They're different
teacher
ordinances.
permits.
We're only speaking on this one right now, Mr. Shopping.
Okay, well, when you're hired to be a teacher, you're not hired to be given free parking, you know, in any school district, you know, and currently right now, for the next school year, Linden Board of Ed is designating $1,000 a month for 44 parking spaces, and they're using the Elks. You know, if the Linden Board of Ed could give $1,000 for 44 parking spaces for the Linden teachers which teach in Seoul, now these teachers who are using Summit Road should also be given money from the Board of Ed to put it back into the city for using those parking spaces. That's only right. If the Linden Board of Ed could lease grounds at the Elks over here for $1,000 a month, why can't they give that to reimburse the city back to the city? If they can give it to one, why can't they give it to both? And that's what they're doing. Now, I know I worked 30 years over in Elizabeth, and I was never given free parking, I was never given free transportation. And over here, they're giving $10,000 for 44 parking spaces for the next school year. Now, I know for a fact that no teacher is ever given free parking. If you were working for me, I only had to give you a contract to teach. I don't have to give you a contract to giving you free parking, and you're using $10,000 for teachers to park and come into school and be paid free parking, and us taxpayers are have to pay for that. Now, this does not seem right to me.
Okay, Mr. Shoppy, we had our hearing on this last month.
I know, but we brought it up last month, and we were supposed to get an answer back, and we did not get an answer. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion on this ordinance, please?
Madam President, I ask that the hearing be approved and seek a second.
Second.
Ordinance be approved.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
No.
Sadowski?
I have little doubts on this, but I have to say yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Before our vote, our traffic bureau did do a full investigation on the parking decal for Summit Terrace. It won't take up the whole length of the road, so my vote is yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay. Ordinance is on hearing. This is the date and time established for the public hearing for ordinances on hearing. Okay, ordinance 5733.
Bond ordinance authorizing the acquisition of various items of capital equipment for the municipal garage appropriating $114,600 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $108,870 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Madam President, I move that the hearing be closed and ordinance number 57-33 be adopted, and I ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5734.
Bond ordinance authorizing the acquisition of 5 pickup trucks with plows for the Public Properties Department and appropriating $135,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $128,535 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Okay. Has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Madam President, I move that ordinance number 57-34, the hearing be closed, and I ask for adoption. I ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. We did ordinance 5735 previously in the meeting. We're up to ordinance 5736.
Bond ordinance authorizing various park improvements for the Public Property Department and appropriating $300,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $142,500 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Okay, has the ordinance been properly published and posted?
Yes, ma'am.
Has any written communication been received?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone that wishes to be heard on the ordinance? Okay, please come up.
Mildred Curry, 400 East Baltimore Avenue. With regard to the various park improvements, could someone just elaborate on what kind of park improvements we're talking about?
Okay, Ms. Cosby Harlan?
In the 5th Ward and in the 8th Ward as well, we're going to have, we sought and we were awarded $150,000 for park improvements. The entire Charles Street Park is going to be redone. I spoke to the director who's not here tonight. We wanted it earlier, we wanted it sooner. Unfortunately, it just was not in his plan to get it for, whatever reason, the logistics of the finance and also, the manpower. So it's on tonight, it'll be funded, and I'm going to work with him with regard to some of the equipment. We also were slightly envious of Roselle's West 2nd Avenue Park, so Councilwoman Yemakaitis and I put our heads together, and we're trying to encourage, when the improvements go to the McGilvery Park in the spring, that they enhance the spray park, so we can keep our kids in Linden, so they don't all run over to West 2nd next year. So those are some of the improvements, but in this $300,000, there are also other projects, but 150 go to 8th Ward and 5th Ward parks.
Okay. And you said the entire park in the 5th Ward is going
Charles
to
Street
be-
Park, what happened was there were several instances of vandalism. There was some unsafe equipment as a result of the children taking, the black that kept the rubber mulch in. They took it and made it like a rowboat, and it was kind of unsafe. So we had a fire from a kid who came into Linden, not one of our own, and, it was decided suddenly just to close it. we didn't get notice, but it's going to be a brand-new park. We're going to get equipment. It's going to still maintain its tiny tot designation for kids up to age 12, and we're going to look for some different types of equipment in there.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm very excited.
Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, motion, please.
I move that ordinance number 57-36, hearing be closed and adopted, and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Harling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Consent agenda items. All items listed with asterisks are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence of an agenda. Items 1 through 9. Does anyone wish to remove an item? Okay, seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Council President, I make a motion to accept the consent agenda, items 1 through 9, and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Harling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay.
Mrs. Yemakaitis, one moment, please. That's a resolution.
All right, can I have committee reports from members of the governing body? Councilman Colibus?
Thank you, Council President. I have a very short report from the Engineering Department. Union County has scheduled the resurfacing of Stiles Street from Route 1 and 9 to Valley Road, with milling and resurfacing to start on or about Thursday, July 25th, with a duration of approximately 2 weeks. Proper detours will be set up. And for any First Ward resident who has a question or concern, could you please call me at 908-925-5568, and please remember to leave your number. I had phone calls over the last 3 weeks of people calling me and not leaving their numbers, and I can't get back to them. So please, it's 908-925-5568, and try to be cognizant of the heat and try to stay cool for the next couple of days and the rest of the summer. This concludes my report, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Colibus. Councilman Koziel.
Thank you, Madam President. A few brief items. In Technology Committee, Technology System Implementation Update. The Technology Committee met the week of July 1st and received an update and progress report on the citywide technology implementation, a virtual system. The committee will also meet next week to review specifications and scope of work for the updated municipal website. We will continue to review peripheral needs such as multiple printers and other electronics in all departments to optimize usage and limit unnecessary or duplicative equipment. I received notification from the Engineering Department, as Councilman Colibus said, about Stiles Street from Valley Road all the way down to Route 1 and 9. And also Lexington Avenue and West Price Street is scheduled for resurfacing as a sponsored project through the Union County Community Development Sharing Committee. Those of you who live in the ward, and some of you who may not, notice that as soon as school closed, School 8 has been cordoned off by fencing, and there is reconstruction going on there for an addition to School 8, built around 1932, 1933, my alma mater and my son's. So it is with a little bit of sadness that we see that playground go away. A lot of great touch football and stickball games happen there, but over the years, the need for parking and the need for additional space has won out. So correspondence will be going out to all residents regarding the year-long construction project, which will include information on traffic impact and increased police presence and patrol, with officers being deployed in the morning and afternoon for several hours. Linden Superintendent of Schools, Mr. Robertozzi, will provide information to me and conceptual renderings and site plans, et cetera, which I will be happy to share with area residents, and we'll put those online as well. From the Public Properties Committee, we're having a meeting planned for early next week to review issues significant issues brought forth by members of council over the last couple of weeks and months. One specific issue, the StarPath software system. The software system is a public workforce administration application which provides for accurate infrastructure assessment, personnel management, and inventory tracking and work order management, which has not been fully implemented by our Public Properties Department, despite having it in place for quite some time. So we will have a meeting, and a lot of issues will be brought forth, and I will ask council again, as I did last night, to please forward to me in writing all issues that you'd like me to discuss. Transit area landscaping, the area adjacent to the train overpass, you heard Councilman Brown talk about that earlier, on the south side of Wood Avenue has been rehabilitated through plantings and landscaping to present the message of welcome to Linden. Concerns do remain, as nice as this looks, about the condition of the train station and the surrounding area. Lastly, I'd like to present the Personnel Committee report for July, as Councilwoman Yamakaitis is in the chair. So, approval is requested for the following personnel actions. Item 1, the Police Department, the unpaid internship for Conrad T. Blakowitz, effective July 8, 2013 to September 20th, 2013. Item 2, in the Public Works Division, the approval of a paid FMLA leave of absence for Albert Bianco from July 1st, 2013 through July 31st, 2013. Item 3, in the City Clerk's Office, the paid FMLA NJFLA leave of absence for Paula Salerno from June 7, 2013 through August 20th, 2013. Item 4, in the Board of Health, separation from service of Joseph Eckenroe Jr. as part-time Animal Control Officer effective June 19, 2013. Item 5, in the Department of Public Property and Community Services, the acceptance of Nicholas Russo's voluntary resignation effective July 1, 2013. 6, in the Fire Department, the separation of service for Jeffrey McNair, firefighter, effective June 22, 2013. Item 7, in the Police Department, the provisional appointment of William Bizub as Police Sergeant effective retroactively to April 8, 2013 at the annual salary of $102,119. Item 8, in the Mayor's Office, the separation from service of Renee Banks, confidential assistant to the Mayor, effective July 5, 2013. Item 9, in the Mayor's Office, the designation of Janice Brown as confidential assistant to the Mayor. Ms. Brown will continue her dual function of confidential assistant / supervising clerk to the Finance Office and to the Mayor's Office. All other prior resolutions concerning Ms. Brown's terms and conditions of employment shall remain in effect. Item 10, in the Mayor's Office, the hiring of Candace Guerra as a confidential secretary to the Mayor at a starting annual salary of $35,045, effective July 17, 2013. Item 11, in the Engineering Department, the hiring of Theodore Chesney as a part-time Public Works Inspector at the hourly rate of $14.42, effective July 17, 2013, to replace an existing vacancy in that position. Item 12, the approval of a seasonal list for the Division of Recreation for the summer programs. List is on file in the Treasurer's Office. And finally, item 13, in the Finance Department, the approval of an unpaid student internship for Melissa Casimir from July 22nd, 2013 to August 23rd, 2013. Madam Chairman, I move items 1 through 13 and I ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
I say yes to items 1 to 13 and no on E. I say yes to items 1 to 13 with the exception of 8. I vote no.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes to all.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes on all of them.
Sheehy?
Yes on all except no on number 8.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes. Mr. Koziel, do you have anything else this evening?
End of report. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Koziel. Mr. Brown, Councilman Brown?
Yes. From the Finance and Budget Review Committee, approval is requested for the following finance actions. The payment of bills totaling $1,270,235.01. The bills have been signed by the Mayor, Council President, and Finance Chairman, and a detailed check register and vouchers are on file in the Clerk's office. I move for approval and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Harling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to say quickly, because I know everybody else has their reports, I'm also chairman of the Revenue Redevelopment Committee. This is a committee that myself, Adam, and Councilman Medina are on. And I just want to let residents know that this is a committee that has been actively working with SID and with some other projects that are going forward. In the next upcoming months, you'll be hearing about some of the work that we're doing. But the reason I mention that is that this committee has been aggressively looking at ways to get revenue in to help offset the budget. So I think it's just important to note that we do have a committee that's aggressively looking to bring the revenue and a report.
Thank you, Councilman Brown. Councilman Armstead?
Yes, Madam President. I have the following reports. The following licenses, permits, and transcripts have been issued to the City Clerk's office during the month of June 2013. The fees have been received and turned over to the Treasurer's Office for the City of Linden. There were 90 birth, death, and marriage transcripts for $1,350. There were 25 marriage civil union licenses for $75, going to the state $625. There were 3 miscellaneous revenues for $10.71. There was 1 bingo raffle for $20, 200 EDRS vital stats for $2,985, and 1 borough permit fee for $5, with the grand total of $5,070.71, and of that, $625 is going to the state. We have a monthly financial report from the Division of Transportation and Parking. The report includes the collections of parking meters, railroad daily parking lots, parking permits, and merchant parking permits. On the New York side, collections were $7,200. On the Trenton side, collections were $6,239.50. Credit card transactions were $15,794.22. Railroad permits were $27,586.66. Parking meter collections were $9,454.20 for a grand total of $66,274.58. The City Clerk's Licensing Division submitted its monthly report for the month of June 2013. The office issued 95 dog licenses and 99 miscellaneous licenses and collected $4,824. And last but not least, just want to inform the public that the First Baptist Church, in conjunction with the African American Heritage Committee, will be conducting a carnival from Wednesday, July 24th until Sunday, July 28th. It's July 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and the 28th. All are welcome, and we encourage that you all come out and to support this worthwhile effort. It's the first time in a very long time that the city has had a carnival in Linden. So we hope that you can come out and support it, and the church definitely appreciates it. Yes. Also, in the 4th Ward, there's going to be a change of the polling place due to construction being done at school number 5. The polling place will be at First Baptist Church, which is 929 Dill Avenue. The polls will be open at the same time that they normally are. One of the reasons why we chose the First Baptist Church is that it's close in proximity to the school, and it adheres to all the handicap accessible requirements that the Board of Elections in the city require. Also, we have a special Senate election on August 13th. So that will be the time that you will be utilizing this particular location. And last but not least, I've been in touch with Walter Fakiti from the Department of Public Works, and he has informed me that he will be coming into the 4th Ward very soon to do tree trimming. So if any of the constituents need a tree trimmed, please feel free to give me a call. If you can't call me, you can drop it in my mailbox. My cell phone is accessible. It's 908-377-6384. Again, Walter Fakiti will be coming into the 4th Ward in the in the very near future. And if you need your trees trimmed, please contact me. That concludes my reports, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilman Armstrong. Councilwoman Cosby Hurley?
Thank you. We weren't able to give our committee reports. Well, we were asked just to forego last month because of the length of the meeting, and so I wanted to just thank everyone who did come out for the June primary election in support of my campaign, and congratulate the committee people that were reelected and newly elected in the 5th Ward from last month's meeting. The Hagel Avenue light also was not allowed to be requested last month because we kind of went through the meeting rather quickly. So the chairman of Construction Code and Lighting is going to have it on tonight and request it, and I hope that everyone will support the Hagel Avenue installation of the light so that we can have a little bit more light for the safety of our neighbors on Hagel Avenue. In the 5th Ward, you probably have noticed on Hagel Avenue on Alexander, there has been water main work being done, and that's going to be continuous. And the water company is in charge of that. I know I had some complaints that the contractors were starting before 7 a.m. If they are, you can call dispatch at 477-8500, and the police will enforce the ordinance. They shouldn't start work before 7 or work beyond 6 p.m. The Alexander Avenue traffic study for the investigation of whether or not we can have a one-way will be revisited. I spoke to Chief Schulhafer about the traffic study that had been done, and we're going to wait until the stores actually open, and there's some other considerations that are going to be made to see if we can position this to the state to allow for the one-way of Alexander Avenue from Dill Avenue to St. George's Avenue, just to increase some safety, minimize some heavy truck and traffic volume, and, you know, limit the amount of speeders that come down that road. The Linden Multipurpose Center is currently experiencing some issues with the air conditioning. On tonight, we have the resolution for the air conditioning units to be purchased and installed. So right now, we can't really say that it's a cooling center, but please remember that you do have the public library that is a cooling center, and just know that they do have new hours. So you can still go to the library as a cooling center. Unfortunately, the air conditioning units are older, and they kind of all, unfortunately, were going out at the same time. So you can't use that as a cooling center right now, but, you know, it's being addressed as quickly as possible. I did mention the park earlier. The tree in the park was damaged by a storm, so that one will come down. That's the third tree in Charles Street Park that was damaged, and Mr. Tanzo had left. But I'm accepting requests for fall tree planting. If you'd like to have a tree in your area, we can take the address, it will be checked, and if it's a feasible location, the trees are going to be installed. Okay, there's going to be a community meeting July 30th at the Linden Multipurpose Center. Starts at 6:30. We're going to have a financial workshop. We're going to have a Linden resident who works here in town. She does financial workshops at the high school on a regular basis, June Lazaro. And we also are going to have representatives from the PNC Bank. They're going to be there just to give out some basic generic information about money matters. So come to the meeting just to get community updates, and also maybe bring, you know, a teenager or someone who might be interested in, you know, financial information. What else do I have? Yeah, that's right here. Councilwoman Yamakaitis and I are going to have on August the 4th our annual community cookout. It's going to be August 4th, starting at 2 o'clock. It's going to be at St. Mark's Park. This year's competition is going to be kickball. But one of the special presentations that we're going to have, and Councilwoman Yamakaitis wanted to do this several years ago, we're actually going to have the installation of the sign for the park. If you all were here 2 months ago, we approved the resolution to rename the park in honor of Ms. Dorothy Ford. So we're going to actually do the sign unveiling that day and do the recognition at that time, as well as have some fun, you know, in the park. So if you are available, come out. August 4th, St. Mark's Park, starting at 2 o'clock. We have, I'm sorry, I'm doing 2 reports, mine's and yours, how about that? The Heights, I know some of you have seen the signs around. It's Mystic Vision Players. They're doing in the Heights this year. The play actually starts on Friday. If you would like to reserve your tickets, you can call 908-486-4144. There's a senior night, actually. If you want to get more information about that, you can call the number. Or you can send an email. Well, you really can, not about this. But the September to Remember 2013 at gmail.com. It's the Culture and Heritage Committee. They're working with Mystic Vision Players. So if you have any questions, if you'd like to register as a vendor for the September to Remember, you should contact the email address. September to Remember is going to be September 28th, and it's going to be a rain date of September 29th. Again, spots for vendors are still available. I think that's all I have. With the last comment, I'm going to say happy birthday shout-outs to my two sons, Bilal and Derek. Their birthdays are this month, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Zadowski.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just a few notes. We had a meeting on July 16th, May 31st, with representatives of Linden, Union County, and the New Jersey Department of Transportation regarding pedestrian safety on Route 1 and 9 between Avenue C and Sylvan Street. Currently, there's little room between that railroad bridge abutment and a guardrail, so many pedestrians walk in a hurry to pass under the bridge. The main idea of the meeting was for pedestrian safety walking the highway. The DOT has hired a consultant to explore various alternatives to the problem, and a decision should be made next June on its best solution. When it is made, roughly I'd say 2015 to 2016, that's when it will be completed. But they are, are concerned about pedestrian safety there, walking, and like I said, by that abutment with the bridge. So if you see people there, whatever they're going to do, surveys or not, that's what it's about. Just like what Mr. Councilman Calabar said, don't forget, starting about the 27th Stiles Street, they're going to be working on Stiles Street. So part of Stiles Street goes through the 6th Ward, so you better watch out when they start. There's no set date, but right around the 27th, I'm sure they'll give you alternative routes because it will be a mess on Stiles. I was asked to please remind you that all dogs 6 months and older require a city license. If you need a license, you would have to go up to the city hall, city clerks. No cats, just dogs. Please, with the heat wave that we're having here, I know on my block we have 1 or 2 older senior citizens. Please watch out for them. Check on them if they're okay. With the heat, just going out or sitting in a backyard or that can be detrimental to them. So if you have neighbors, just check on them once in a while to see if everything's okay. The soccer field that opened up in Wheeler Park, it's getting a lot of play. Please, people using the new soccer field at Wheeler Park, please be respectful and considerate of all the people who live next to the field. And use the field only when it is officially opened. You have to be considerate of all the neighbors. We are having a little bit of problem there, and we're working it out with the freeholders. So if you do play or your children play, just be a little considerate of those homes that are along the side. It is a park. You're entitled to stay there and have as much fun, but just be a little considerate. And finally, with the summer coming, I know we had 1 or 2 on our block, please be careful of people trying to scam you or go into your house, to steal. Just be careful. If you have any kind of a doubt, call the police. They'll gladly come there. And if you mention to them that they're calling the police, if they're illegitimate, 9 out of 10 times they're going to take right off. So watch what you're doing, please. It's a bad time. And finally, please have a happy and safe summer. If you have any problem please give me a call at 908-862-0749. I will definitely listen to your problem, try to get it solved, but I can't guarantee that we will get it solved, but I will listen to you and call you back. So please have a good summer. That ends my report.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Sheehy?
Thank you, Council President. The Cultural Committee this year, our street fair, is September to Remember. It's going to be later in the month this year. Mark the calendar. It's going to be September 28th. And this event gets bigger and better every year, and I guarantee you it's going to be bigger and better this year too. So September 28th, please mark your calendar. In the 7th Ward, the bridge, the Turnpike Bridge on Southwood Avenue, we're going to start paving it, and it's going to be open to just one-way traffic. So prepare yourself for that, and we'll be paving the Lower Road in 2 different sections this summer. That should be starting shortly too. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Sheehy. Councilman Medina?
Thank you, Madam President. I have a couple of notes, so I'll try to be brief, and good evening, everyone. Just a couple of things. The Friends of Linden Library are having a fundraiser. Actually, the last date to purchase these tickets will be August 13, but the fundraiser is basically, it's a golf tournament in Jersey City to support the Friends of Linden Library. The tournament is between August 20th to 25th at the Liberty National Golf Course. Children 18 years of age and younger are admitted free with an adult. The website to buy tickets is buytfc.com, obviously www before that. And the promo code is all in caps, Target 13. Also, the Friends are also part of a Macy's Shop for Cause on August 24th. They are selling $5 coupons that entitles the buyers to 25% off all day on the 24th, with few restrictions. The coupon is good at any Macy's across the nation or online. Also, Macy's will be raffling one $500 gift certificate at each of their stores. To participate, you must drop off the coupon that you purchase. And that raffle will be going on the 24th between 9 and 5. And you can also buy these coupons at the library between on the 24th, between 9 and 5. Also, the Friends last week became participant in the Pathmark Reward Program. All you have to do is register your Pathmark card at www.escrip.com and select the Friends of Linden Library. Every time you use your card, 1% of your purchase will be donated to them. And just want a quick note, the Friends did donate, I believe it was this year, $6,000 to help rebuild the shed in the back of the building. But if you have any questions on any of these promo, reach out to Carol Hull at 908-355-4643, or reach out to me and I could definitely provide that information to you. Excuse me. The second thing, I just learned about this organization, and I thought it was very important to share with everyone here and everyone that's at home listening. The Union County Spectrum All-Star are for children with autism. They have started a bowling league. It's at the Linden Lane every Saturday at 10 a.m. The Linden Lanes, they provide everything at no charge to them. So they're there every Saturday at 10 a.m., so definitely go out there and support them. They also have a parent support group that they meet monthly on every third Wednesday, every month at 6:30 at the Linden Lanes. They also have a program for fathers as well. This is also a support group for father, and they have social worker and behavior therapists as well there to help fathers with their children. It is a parent-run group, and the options are unlimited, so I encourage anyone that can help to reach out to Ms. Gonzalez, Lori Gonzalez, at 732-259-7562. I do have a flyer here. I didn't get the opportunity to make copies, but you could definitely reach out to me, and I could provide that via email or hard copy. And now to the 9th Ward report. The city engineers contractors have been out in the 9th Ward replacing sandy damaged sidewalks and sidewalks that are on the list to be replaced. Also, Ferber Avenue, Princeton Road, and Morristown Road are on the list to be paved later on this year. These roads are in need of repairs and upgrade, and I'm excited that these repairs will improve the quality of life for some of these residents who live along these roads. Also, another note that has been popping up from time to time, and speaking to our construction officials, I want people to be aware that there are a lot of phony contractors out there. They're taking advantage of our residents. You know, they do the job, they don't do it up to code, and at the end of the day, the homeowners is left holding the bag. So some of the red flags you should look for when a contractor asks you to take out permits in your name, that's a big red flag. But if you have any questions, any construction code materials that you would like or need some information, reach out to them. They're always available, 908-474-8462. Again, you can find that information on our city website, and I encourage them to, before you start a project or you notice any red flag, to give our construction code officials a call, and they could definitely help you out. I have also met with several residents regarding Newton Park on litter and safety. We were able to add some waste receptacles last week. The park light was reconnected, and with the help of our police chief, there has been increased police presence in that area. Unfortunately, we've been having some illegal activities in that park. It's such a small park and a really tiny community back there, and not to get into details, some pretty disgusting activities. So we're glad that we have the light back on. The police, with the help of the police chief, the police will increase patrol within the 2, 3 o'clock in the morning time where these incidents are occurring. And lastly, summer's here. So with that in mind, please drive safely and drive at the posted speed limit. And again, DeWitt, Orchard, Summit, and Palin are roads that surround parks. It is crucial that we all drive safe, report any erratic driving, and obey local traffic law. Drive like your own children are out there. Thank you, and that concludes my report. Oh, and one last thing, Madam President. The letter did not go out, but trash will be picked up tomorrow for the 9th Ward, and obviously the following week for the rest of the 9th Ward on the 24th, which follows the 10th Ward collection schedule. So tomorrow, it will be trash collection, so try to get it out there early in the morning if you can. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Medina. Councilman Kozinski?
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. From the Construction Code Committee, Construction Code and Lighting Committee, I should say, for the month of June, the office issued 212 permits and 67 certificates were processed. The department collected $63,158 in fees. And as Councilwoman Cosby-Hurling mentioned earlier, the committee over the last few months received 2 requests for streetlights. Now, the committee takes this very seriously. The committee of myself, Councilman Colibus, and Councilman Medina, we examine these areas and see if they really are in need of lights. And I would also like to thank my fellow council people who also take this very seriously. I believe the few requests that we received, these would be requests 3 and 4 that we actually approved. So I respectfully submit that lights be placed on pole number 60929 near 832 East Henry Street, and pole number 60472 on Hagel Avenue, and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead? Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes.
Thank you. From the Fire Committee, the Fire Department responded to 701 total calls during June. And I would also like to take this moment, I know he already left because it seems like it was ages ago, the young man that actually took the action to save his friend's life. And this should really serve as a reminder to all of us to remind ourselves of the little things that we do have to be cognizant about. Pool safety, water safety, fencing around pools, gates around pools, stupid little things that some people might say, why am I saying that right now? But if, as you remember a few months ago, in a different township, a child actually drowned in a pool. And it's not so stupid and little anymore when something like that happens, when a gate or a lock. If you notice a neighbor, that you think it might not be safe, you can always call Construction Code. If you're in the 10th Ward, you can always call me. If you're in whatever ward you're in, call your council person. Just say, hey, listen, I'm not sure, I don't want, obviously nobody wants to be a snitch, but you say, listen, I'm not sure about the safety of the situation. And we'll all be happy that you did in the long run. And if you live near the 10th Ward, more some 10th Ward specific issues, then you know the Winfield Park Carnival is taking place again this year. It will be from August 1st to 3rd. And last year, residents, I believe, would have noticed the increased proactive police presence throughout the area around the carnival. You'll see the same efforts again this year. Again, this extra precaution, will be at little to no cost to the Linden taxpayers as the carnival organizers are funding the extra security. I would just like to, I kept many of my notes from last year about the different issues, specific issues that people on Riverbend, Midvale, the different Fernwood, Rosewood, different areas that had specific problems. I kept those. I'll be reiterating them again with Chief Schulhafer, but if you have any specific concerns, something like people congregate at your corner and you know that happens during the carnival, or things like that, give me a call. Maybe we can be a little more proactive about it and maybe station someone nearby to try to, ease this a little bit for everybody. But with all that being said, it's not me by any stretch of the imagination that's doing this. It's a lot of people working together, and I'm proud to say that, that Mayor Gabunka takes this very seriously, Chief Schulhafer takes this very seriously, the other authorities, the Union County Police Department, Winfield Park, they all take this very, very seriously. And in reality, if you're a 10th Ward resident, you should be very proud of this because they're taking your concerns very seriously. So I want to thank them on behalf of the residents of the area, and also for the Winfield Park organizers for recognizing the situation that we have and stepping up and working together with us. With that, on North Stiles Street, going around, we've been targeting speeders and unsafe drivers and things of that such. You probably saw the message boards there saying slow down, what your speed was, things like that. They're down now. We're focusing on when the speeders seem to hit the area. So you're going to see a very focused targeted effect there. I would recommend that everyone, especially if you live by those areas, to obey all speed rules, all post-it laws, and all normal driving rules. We have a lot of double lane crossing. We have people that ignore the pedestrian crossings, things such as that. And those things we're really targeting, and we're going to try to go after. And next step, I also would like to reach out to Clark, Cranford, Winfield Park, the different agencies that actually pretty much share Stiles Street with us. So please, again, if you have any concerns, if you live on that street, or if you just go on that street, I'd love to hear your ideas and your feelings of that road. PSC&G, getting back to the street lights, if you lived near the Cranford area, near the Clark area, the 10th Ward, you probably had a power outage, or a couple of them. I had 2 of them this last week. And from what I understand, the PSC&G people pretty much know my name from last year's situation. So when I called, they kind of knew what was going on, and they told me it was a tree branch that hit a wire that caused all that problem. And I would like to commend them because I even got a phone call back later on asking if my power was on, which is a lot different than last year when I was getting notices that I had no problem in my house even though I had no power. So I really think they took a step in the right direction, and I hope anybody else that dealt with PSC&G had the same kind of response. So please let me know if you did contact them, if you had any issues. They're more than happy to hear the concerns that we have, so please let me know. With that being said, the silver lining to that was I had a few residents call me worried about their elderly neighbors with the loss of power, and I appreciate that very, very much. I made a couple of runs myself. Some neighbors talked to their neighbors to make sure they were okay, and our power wasn't out for that long, only a few hours, but still, the concern that was there was very much appreciated by myself. I know the few people that I talked to knocked on the doors, they were very happy that somebody would check on them. So please, don't ever think you're hampering a neighbor by maybe just checking up on them or anything like that. Excuse me. And finally, on North Stiles Street, to go back to there real quick, you'll notice that on Princeton Road and Forest Drive, we repainted the crosswalks there. We're trying to, again, focus on safety throughout the whole length of North Stiles Street, not just the speeders up there and the speeders down below, but the whole length. So, again, we believe that, or I believe that, a lot of the problems we have in the cross streets come from the feeder street of North Stiles Street. So that's our hope. It might not work at the end of the day, it might work, but at least we're trying something. And again, I want to know what you think about it if you live in a 10th Ward, especially if you live in the side streets. And with that, Madam President, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Gabunka, you have a report?
Madam Chair, the hour's late. We still have a long agenda ahead of us, and I'm going to suspend my report so we could move this meeting forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we'll move on to resolutions. Resolutions number 213, 263 through 213, 289, with the exception of 2013, 264, which we did earlier in the meeting. Public comments will be permitted for those specific resolutions to be removed from the consent approval. Please read the synopsis of the resolutions, which have been prepared by the City Clerk's office. Each is informative and self-explanatory. However, if you wish to address a specific resolution, the council will entertain your questions on it. Does anyone wish to remove a resolution numbers 263 through 289? Ms. Hero? Hold on, wait a minute. 273? 274? 275? 279? 285? 289. Mrs. Malik? 270? 271? 281. Okay. Senator, Mr. Shoppy?
Yes, 273.
273? 274? 275? That's it. Anyone else over here? Yes. Mr. Roman, 288? Okay. Okay, can I have a motion on a remainder of the resolution?
Yes, Madam President. I seek the approval with the exception of Resolution 2013-270, 271, 273, 274, 275, 279, 281, 285, 288, and 289. And ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus.
Yes.
Kuzio.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay. Resolution number 270, Mrs. Malik?
I'll 270 and 271. 270 says the establishing the sanitary landfill utility operating budget for the for part of the year is not to exceed $261,000. But then 271, it says a resolution to amend the current fund operating budget for that same period, and it's not to exceed $51 million. I mean, is there a typo, or can?
No, it's two separate resolutions, two separate budgets. The sanitary landfill is a separate utility budget, so it runs on a smaller scale. The current fund budget is what we just had our presentation on. We don't have an adopted budget, so each month we have to adopt temporary appropriations to run our departments. This is
Okay.
the temporary budget document that allows us to run our departments.
Fine, thanks.
Okay. Can we have a motion on number 270, please?
Yes, Madam President.
271 also.
Okay.
Yes, Madam President. I seek an approval for 2013-270 and then 2013-271, and I seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski? Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Resolution 273, Ms. Hero?
Actually, if it's okay, I'm going to batch 273, 274, 275, and make it also reference to an ordinance that was passed, I guess, when I was out, taking care of some personal things. The fact is that when you have a budget, there's two things. You can either increase revenue or you can cut spending. This council doesn't seem to be cutting spending with passing a thing of 5 trucks. And sometimes you just have to cut spending. You know, we have that automated we have an automated sanitation truck for $491,842. You know, this hot tar melter, and now a new sewer inspection unit. And have to go over my old things to see whether there was some other sewer inspection camera or something down the line that we just bought sometime recently. It all kind of blends in together. But you see what I mean? We keep spending and spending and spending, and the key to saving money is to stop spending as much. Don't just rely on the taxpayer to foot the bill. Thank you.
Councilman Brown?
Ms. Hero, 273 is money that was appropriated last year that we're spending this year, so that's not coming out of this year's budget. 274 deals with a machine so that when we have these cracks in the streets that they get repaired rather than hire someone from the outside to do it. And then 275, Walter's not here, we could talk about it more. You're absolutely right, you want to decrease spending, but you also want to spend wisely. It would be foolish for us to go out and keep spending on professionals to do work that we can do ourselves. And so I understand what you're saying, cut, but at the same time, we still have a city to run, and what we're doing, we're spending money more wisely. So again, when it comes to 273, this was money that was appropriated last year for this one-armed bandit, which Jack can talk about, where when we talk about the whole insurance cost, workers' comp, is being able to reduce that. Reduce also the manpower that we have as far as going from 3 to 1. So you talk about a reduction in salary, and also be more efficient. And so, I know it seems like a big number, but overall, we're reducing our costs. You're looking at one number and not the overall picture.
Well, thank you, but some of us can't spend wisely on things that we need because the budgets are way too high. Thank you.
Councilman Sheehy?
Yes, you'll see the sewer truck was damaged in Sandy, and there's 5 pickup trucks there that we lost in Sandy too, and we will be getting reimbursed from FEMA shortly for that. That's why we need to buy 5 new pickups, because we lost them in the storm, and the sewer truck was lost in the storm. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Shoppy? Can we combine all 3 for you also?
Yeah, 315 Second Avenue, Linden, New Jersey. On this contract for the new truck from the center, how many bids were sent out on this new truck? How many bids were sent out?
Mr. Shoppy, bids are advertised. We don't send them out.
How many were returned?
I don't know how many were returned. The purchasing agent would have to tell you that, but we put bids out publicly in all publications required by law, and any interested party can bid on them.
But how many went out and how many came back? That's a simple question, isn't it? How many came out, back? Was that the lowest? Was that the lowest?
That is the lowest.
Okay. And the same with the toll melter?
They are, by law, they are the lowest qualified bidders. That is what we are required to award it to by state statute.
Okay, but they are the lowest. Correct?
Yes, sir, they are the lowest.
All right, that's all I want to know.
Okay, can I have a motion on 273, 274, and 275?
Yes, Madam President. I seek the approval of 2013-273, 274, and 275, and seek a second.
Second. Mr. Colbus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Mrs. Hero, 213, 279?
Can't resist this because I did not speak on it last time. But as the mayor said, we've spent a large amount of money on the payments for the Southwood Avenue project. We have also spent large amounts of money in legal fees. That is why I hope that when we do Phase 2 and Phase 3, that eminent domain is not used and that the city of Linden does not purchase the property to give to the developer. That the developer purchases the property on his own or her own, so they can maintain those businesses until they're ready to start the project. And so we will get our property taxes, and we will not have to pay legal fees, even though I met one of the attorneys from McManaman and Scotland. He seems like a fine individual, but But still, government doesn't belong in the redevelopment business. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion on 213, 279?
Yes, Madam President. I seek an approval on 2013-279 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Mrs. Malik, 2013, 281?
Is there still an option not to use the online service? And if you don't use the online service, do you still pay some fee, like $7 or something less?
Chief Schulhaber?
That's a software program for the police department that allows police officers to draw accident diagrams. It replaces a system that we have now and should save the officers a lot of time. It's a much easier program to use. But more importantly than that, it will allow a recipient to order an accident report through the internet. In fact, there's no charge to the city of Linden on this. The company makes their money through this $7 convenience fee. And most of the recipients that take advantage of that are insurance companies and attorneys. They don't mind paying the fee because they want to get the report right away.
All right, so no fee to us then on this?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion on 2013, 281, please?
Yes, Madam President. I seek an approval on 2013-281 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ms. Hero, 2013, 285?
A construction observation services and TMM Associates rears its head again. What is a construction observation services about the walkway repairs? Couldn't someone just repair the walkway and then we have someone come in? I mean, what is construction observation services?
Mr. Crowback?
Generally, this is a contract, they are replacing our prior engineers. We had Birdsall on contract. All the contracts with Birdsall were terminated. T&M is replacing them. Construction observation is basically our expert retained by the city to make sure that our contractors that we retain when we bid out the work do the work in accordance with the specifications put out by the city and that the work is done in a competent manner.
Why can't we do that in-house?
I'll answer that. The engineering department now only has two male employees in the office, the city engineer and myself, and the secretary. We're down from a complement of 9 when I started about 12 years ago to only 3 people in the office. So we do not have the manpower to review that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion on 2013, 285, please?
Yes, Madam President. I seek the approval of 2013-285 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Mr. Roman, 2013, 288, please?
Yeah, with this one, is there any concessions by accepting this money or conditions? This is a lot of money you're taking in a grant. Does anybody have that answer?
This is a 95% portion of a total grant. The operator of the airport will pay the remaining $7,443. It's money that's going to come through grants from the Department of Transportation and the FAA for crack sealing in the runway. We only have to accept it legally so that we can accept the funds. That's the only reason why the resolution is being done.
Okay, so who does the work? Is that another issue, or?
a
Or is
contract.
that something the city can oversee, or does the management, the guy who manages the airport, does he spend
It all
that
gets
money?
paid through that grant, all the.
I understand that, but who delegates,
Yeah.
who does the
Under,
work?
under our, we lease the airport to the manager.
Right.
He applies for the grant, he oversees, he contracts it, he handles everything with this. As Mr. Quebec said, the city has to formally accept the grant because we're the governmental entity.
Right.
The money flows through us, but everything is done by the contractor on the airport.
I ask you a question, who cuts the grass over there?
The contractor, the manager is responsible for everything in the airport.
All right, thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion on 2013-288, please?
Yes, Madam President. I seek the approval of 2013-288 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
No.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ms. Hero, 2013-289, please?
Okay, how old are these rooftop cooling units?
25 years old, as long as the building's been there, I think 25.
20 years.
Okay, so obviously, I guess they can't be fixed, correct?
They've been patched, and they're completely right now. We need new units.
Okay, well, then that's a legitimate reason, expense, thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion on 2013-289, please?
Yes, Madam President. I seek the approval of 2013-289 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Yes, I'd like to ask the deputy clerk to read Resolution 2013-290, which was just added this evening.
This is a resolution requesting reimbursements of deposits due to multiple unsuccessful bidders that participated in the 2013 online tax sale. The tax collector is requesting permission to refund the deposits from the tax sale account held by the tax collector as directed by the municipal attorney.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak on this?
She wants you to repeat it.
Could you repeat it, please, Jen?
Due to multiple unsuccessful bidders that participated in the 2013 online tax sale, the tax collector is requesting permission to refund the deposits from the tax sale account held by the tax collector and directed by the municipal attorney.
Does anyone wish to speak on this one? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam President, I would like to seek a motion on 2013-290 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown? Yes. Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Abstain.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance is on first reading. Council, in order to take into consideration public input into proposed ordinances, will allow 3 minutes for each individual to speak on an ordinance on first reading. Council will not answer any questions, and everyone is reminded that the public hearing on each of these ordinances will be held at next month's council meeting. Okay. Ordinance 37, please.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 31 zoning to implement the city's master plan's land use element amendment.
Okay. Does anyone wish to speak on this? Seeing none, can I have a motion, please?
Madam President, I'd like to introduce ordinance 5737 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5738.
An ordinance to amend an ordinance entitled, An ordinance establishing a schedule of titles, salary ranges, and regulations for maintaining the classification and salary standardization plan of all employees of the City of Linden, passed August 15th, 1995, and approved August 16th, 1995, Schedule 4HH.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion, please.
Madam President, I move ordinance 5738 on introduction and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5739.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7 Traffic shall be amended as follows. Section 7-12, Parking Time Limited, delete from Section 7-12.2B, Time Limited Meter Parking, Section 2-5 in its entirety, and add new 7-12.2B, Time Limit Meter Parking.
Does anyone wish to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion, please.
I'd like to introduce ordinance number 57-39 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5740.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 10 Building and Housing as follows. Delete Chapter 10 Building and Housing, Section 10-19 Reserved. Add Chapter 10 Building and Housing, Section 10-19 Abandoned Residential Property Registration.
Does anyone wish to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion, please.
Yes, Madam President, I would like to introduce ordinance 5740 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5741.
An ordinance to amend and supplement Chapter 7 Traffic as follows. Add to 7-12.1 2-hour parking, Morningside Avenue and Summit Terrace, both sides, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Delete from 7-15.1D, parking decals, Summit Terrace, east side from point 45 feet northwest of West St. George's Avenue to a point 340 feet north of West St. George's Avenue. Add to 7-15.1D, teacher permit parking only, Summit Terrace, east side, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday.
Anyone wishing to speak on this? Seeing none, motion, please.
Madam President, I'd like to introduce ordinance 57-41 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5742.
Bond ordinance amending bond ordinance number 55-12 adopted March 15, 2011.
Okay, does anyone wish to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion, please.
Yes, Madam President. I seek the introduction of ordinance 57-42 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5743.
Bond ordinance authorizing the acquisition of firefighting equipment and appropriating $44,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $41,800 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion, please.
Madam President, I would like to introduce ordinance 5743 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colibus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5744.
Bond ordinance authorizing the demolition of unsafe buildings for the engineering department, appropriating $275,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $261,250 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost thereof.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this? Ms. Hero?
I'm speaking on this now because I'm afraid that I have plans for August, and I think being here may not be one of them. With regard to the demolition of unsafe buildings, if it's a city-owned building, that means like a city building, let's say, for example, City Hall, even though I know we're not going to demolish City Hall, I'm just using it as an example, that's one thing. But if it's a building that maybe we've acquired due to a tax lien or something, I'm not sure that that's a wise idea for the engineering department to be tearing down, the buildings. I think whoever owns that property probably should be tearing them down. That's my thought. That would save the city $275,000 right there. Thank you.
Any other members of the public?
Mildred Curry, 400 East Baltimore Avenue. My question is, what unsafe buildings would that money be appropriated for getting rid of? Are there any in the 8th Ward that are unsafe buildings? Because there is one in my neighborhood I know of.
Okay. We don't comment on this. This is on first reading, so I'll speak to you later.
Oh, this is the first reading? Oh, I see. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shoppy?
As for this, we discussed it last night, if this is the same one, and I really think we should just fence it, the city, just fence it, and go to the owner of this and just put it on them. If the city has to enclose it, do what they do. If the city has to maintain it, just put it back to this is all settled in court. It is in court as far as I know, and I think, so the residents around there could be protected in some way. Just fence it in, we don't know what's under the building, what we don't know, because you're going to damage it, and then you find out that there's something under there that could be hurt the residents more than what it is doing now. You don't know what's under there. What year was this building built? You don't know what's under there. So I wouldn't go in there and do anything because you're really going to have problems. The building is staying up there for a reason. So I wouldn't go and, you don't know what's under there. And once they start it down, you're going to, and you've had incidents with other buildings in this city over the past, so you better watch what you're doing before you go in there. I would just enclose it in, protect it, cut the weeds down, and do what you got to do. But don't go in there and do anything, because you do, you know what you're digging up.
Any other members of the public? Seeing none, motion please.
Madam President, I'd like to introduce ordinance 5744 and seek a second.
Second.
Mr. Colobus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5745.
Bond ordinance authorizing various improvements in connection with Transit Village for the Engineering Department, appropriating $1,046,000 and authorizing the issuance of $143,450 in bonds or notes to finance part of the cost.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this ordinance? Seeing none, motion please.
Make a motion for the introduction of ordinance 57-45 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colobus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5746.
An ordinance to establish a CAT bank for calendar year 2013.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this ordinance?
What is that?
You want to come up?
Mildred Curry, 400 East Baltimore Avenue. I'd like to know what a cap bank is.
Did you respond to that?
I was told not to respond on first reading.
All right, we'll speak to you after the meeting, Mrs. Curry. Okay. Okay, any other members of the public?
Oh, I see, okay.
Seeing none, motion, please.
Council President, make a motion for the introduction of ordinance 57-46 and ask for a second.
Second.
Mr. Colubus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling? Yes. Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheedy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Ordinance 5747.
An ordinance to amend ordinance number 5723 as follows. Delete section 6A in its entirety, add new 6A, duration, restrictions, and prohibitions.
Any members of the public wishing to speak on this ordinance?
Madam
Council-
President.
Madam President, we had requested that ordinance be pulled.
Correct. Seek a motion to remove that ordinance 57-47 and
Okay,
seek
can I
a
have a
second.
second, please?
Second.
Was the motion to pull it or table?
Removing it.
Mr. Colubus?
Yes.
Koziel?
Yes.
Brown?
Yes.
Armstead?
Yes.
Cosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheedy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kozinski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yemakaitis?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move into the public portion of the meeting. Comments from members of the public in attendance on city business only?
The city council, and I think addressed all of those things that were of concern to the 21 persons who signed those letters. And I didn't hear not one comment from any of you with regard to having received the letter. But maybe you were waiting. Maybe you were waiting to see if I was going to forget or remember or something like that. But I don't think that you would think that I would do that. Basically, you know me from many, many years, over 30. And so I don't forget things like that. So I'd like to hear from you, I would imagine, about maybe the second letter, because the first one, this whole meeting seemed to be wrapped around that. That was the budget and some poor decisions and things like that, and the fact that we're trying to be more streamlined, more efficient in how we do business, more critical thinking, more calling for our constituents to try and help us solve some of the problems that we have by bringing suggestions, which is a good idea, a great idea. What I would like to speak on is just, in this particular conversation, the Linden Multipurpose Center, which I've heard a couple of times tonight. I'm happy to hear about the fact that we're going to have the air conditioners put in. But I did, in the letter to all of you, invite you to come out to the Linden Multipurpose Center and to visit, take a tour, and compare it to how the Gregorio Center functions. I see some of you, one of you at least, is nodding your head about that. How many of you have had the opportunity to take me up on that invitation?
Been there.
I see 1, 2,
I'm very familiar with
3,
that.
4, 5,
Visiting there?
6, yes, 7.
I actually been there, and I read your letter. I kind of skimmed through it, and I recognize the same issues that you identify in that letter. I have also seen as well, so it's something that we have to address up here.
Very good. Thank you so much. That's my first
Council
time hearing
President.
from you, Mr. Medina, and I appreciate the fact that you responded. Mr. Kuczynski, have you had the opportunity to visit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you find some of those issues also?
Yeah.
You did. So we're in agreement, all of you, that something needs to be done with our LMPC so we can bring it up to spec and get the word out to the community that it was put in, that it's functioning, that it has purpose, it still has vision, there's still a love for it in our communities, it's still celebrating positive young people and addressing some of those ills that we have when we don't have a multi-purpose center in a community such as mine. So I am prayerful that you're going to do the right thing, and I'm looking forward to it. Anybody would like to respond to any ideas that you might have?
Mrs. Carey.
Madam Chairman?
Mrs. Carey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Johnson. It's me,
Yes.
Rashana, over here.
Who's speaking?
Rashana.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
I didn't-
Even before I was seated as a council person, Councilwoman Yemakaitis and myself, we've been bouncing around different ideas. Our committee form of government has, in some regards, stalled some of the ideas that we tried to bring over to the LMPC. So now we have a committee chairperson, Councilman Cosio, who is more receptive. He's listening, and we're giving him our ideas. In addition to your letter, we also received another letter from a constituent, and I, being the councilwoman for that ward, receive phone calls periodically about different things that go on, and they are continuously reported. So I want to say to you that in addition to reporting to the committee chairperson, we are still looking at different ways to bring other programs. I'm having a meeting with recreation supervisor, recreation coordinator, Board of Education members, and our grantsmen. We have the coordinator, she was here tonight. We're trying to get our hands on some of the municipal alliance funding that comes from the county, because we feel like there is a need, and there has been a need for a long time for a program for the young people from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. on a regular basis. And we can look at some of the high school students, some of the teachers and paras who we know are professionals, and we can fund it through grant money and different, resources. But some of it has been stalled for years because of the committee form of government. So I've never been on recreation committee, but all my ideas have gone and never come out of committee. So this year is different. So what you are expressing, we've heard it, we've seen it, and we've also expressed some of the same concerns. So we are working on it. I just wanted to, when we had something more concrete, I intended to respond to you in writing as you wrote to us, and just give you an update on what we were trying to do.
That would be very nice, and all of you can sign the letter. This way I know everybody has
Is
some
on board.
input.
Yeah, I think everybody's.
That was the vision for that center.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Councilman
Yes.
Cosio?
I just want to say that Councilman Crosby, we've been up there a few times when she asked me to come up, and we've toured it, and we were there just a few days, and this was going back a little bit, and it was running fine, but I think she's closer up there, than I am going there. And she
Well-
sees the everyday, but when I was there, it was working good, working well.
Well, I appreciate that information from you, but you would probably have to go inside and actually talk to someone in there about what things are
No,
taking place.
we
what
did talk, in
activities.
fact, they had a program on that time. I can't think of what it
Yeah, we had the, I think you came to one of the programs that was put on by
was. Yeah, one or
recreation.
two programs we were there. But
We'll
to
take
be
him
truthful,
on
I haven't
another tour.
spent that much time, but I did spend, and it's for the children, it's for the young people.
Okay, thank you. I
Councilman
appreciate that.
Cosio, you had your hand up?
Hi, Ms. Curry.
Hi.
Your letter was well received. It is on the agenda for next week's Public Properties meeting. Many of the things that were outlined in your letter have been issues that council have, and I'm not going to say recently, but have brought this year to our attention. And they're being addressed with Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald is not here tonight because of personal issues, which we respect, and I want to give him some time to gather himself and get ready. There's going to be an agenda put together. He will have it beforehand, and he and members of his department will be asked some very direct and serious questions having to do with managerial issues, oversight issues, planning issues, which have to do with the building. And as I explained, I think very clearly to council last night, I think we become passionate with things in our ward. If Noski Park has something, I'm passionate about it, and I respect everybody here. Peter with everybody, Rashana with the center, and I listen, as every committee chairperson should, but take it and really let that committee process work to do it the right way. Bring the issues to the department head, and the department head is either going to answer to our satisfaction or not to our satisfaction, and based on his answers and actions or inaction, non-actions, we will take the proper actions, from that point on. You're talking about the air conditioning. I had stopped and I spoke to a gentleman when it got really hot about 2 weeks ago, and we found out that the air conditioner went down. We were not immediately alerted that 3 out of 4 units went down, and it was operating with 1 unit while there were still programs going on in the building. I left a message for Mr. McDonald, and I also spoke to a facilitator of the programs there, and I said, I didn't want to do this, and again, I'm a council person, I'm nobody's boss. We set policy, but I said, please use your judgment. If it's not safe in your estimation for these children to be in the building, close the building. We don't want problems, and I'm sure everybody would agree, if you get to a point where kids are playing basketball and, you know, and it just gets too hot, or whatever the activity is, close the building. So we're moving on that, and the issues that Rashana are bringing forth, and this just not only goes for LMPC, it goes for every building in the city, because every building has its issues. JTG Center right behind here, LMPC, but it's this building that seems to have a cluster of issues that need to be discussed and need to be taken care of. Thank you for the letter. There are many, many items in the letter that you so eloquently put together are things that are on the agenda, and they will be addressed. You know, it's going to be a committee meeting, and it's going to be objective, and we have issues. We're going to knock those down pin by pin. And believe me when I tell you, when I bring that back to council, and the committee brings it back to council, it's something that the council is going to have to take action on whether things were done properly, improperly, on time. So that's something that we'll have to deal with, and I don't want to get too far into it, but these things are on the agenda, and it has to do with a lot of different things, but one that Rashana was very concerned about was, I'm going to say, oversight and managerial issues, which are primary. So as soon as he is available to sit down with us, we have a meeting set for 6:30. We requested, I think, next Wednesday or Thursday, and one of those days we'll sit down. It's going to be not this long a meeting, but it's going to be lengthy. All right? Thank you, though.
I am so glad that you addressed me, Rich. I really do appreciate it, because it touches my heart when I think back the many years ago that our community was actually, thousands of hours were spent with people who didn't see eye to eye, actually hammering out how this multi-purpose center, which we called our community recreation center, was going to unfold. And then to see it actually become real in your lifetime. And then to see it almost on a path to destruction. It takes you to the point of crying and becoming hysterical, because you realize that many of the people who were on those committees had passed on. Many of the council people who were present at that time are no longer council people. We have a whole slate of new youths who can make a difference in our city. And if you let one piece go by the wayside, then it's like chipping away. Eventually, it's going to impact on other pieces.
Well, you know, and as the years go by, programs improve. They get more plentiful. There's technology that gets involved, and you're right. But I think what happens is we have to step back. We have to take, we have to look at the situation and say, here are some things that are falling by the wayside. Here are some things where we need more managerial support. Here are the things that are wrong. How do we fix it? And rather than going in with personalities and anger, we go in with, here's what we have to fix. Let's fix them. Let's get down and fix them. And that's what we're going to bring back. It's got to be done properly. And I thank council for their patience, and we're going to do it the right way.
Yes, I thank council as well. My time is up. Thank you so much, Madam.
Just one thing.
Please be brief,
Mrs. Curry.
During the budget process, it came up as far as some of the equipment within the multipurpose center. Some of it's been old, dated since that building's been open. So we didn't discuss it, but we mentioned it in the slide, this other capital improvement project. So if you look on the budget on page 38, where there is going to be an investment being made that's in that multipurpose center. On page 38, line item 27, where there's an investment that's going to be made to get some of that old equipment out and new ones being placed in. One is because again,
Councilman Brown, could you maybe sit down with Mrs. Curry? You get a chance to go over
but
that
I
with
think
her?
everyone should know this.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
That's exciting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Hero?
Pat Hero, Wheat Chief Road. First, I want to say condolences to the outscored candidates who ran and did not make it in June. It was a particularly difficult election for me with regard to that. And we're losing a really good person, and it's going to be very hard. But the word spoke, and unfortunately, that's the way it is. Want to congratulate Councilman Medina. Someone just came up to me and without any prompting just said, you know, Councilman Medina's doing a really good job. You know, I called him and immediately I got a response. He responded really back quickly and, you know, took care of what I needed to take care of. So I just wanted to give a heads up on that. Another thing which isn't so great is I went to they had a thing for Hurricane Sandy victims in Norway. So I went there, and because I have a friend of mine who's a Hurricane Sandy victim, still hasn't gone over Irene yet, and now she's suffering from Sandy. So I went there supporting her and was talking to various people there, and went up to the Unmet Needs Committee and was talking to them. She found out I was from Linden and said, oh yeah, we haven't had that many people from Linden. Apparently she contacted the mayor's office. They had listed names, but they didn't have the phone numbers. And from what I heard her say, she said that mayor wasn't too interested, said everything had been taken care of. And there really weren't any real, I guess, unmet needs because everybody's apparently doing fine, so he didn't give them the phone numbers. Don't really quite understand that because you're not really going to know all of our needs. Maybe sometimes we might not want to tell you some of our needs. It would have been nice to have had those people to have had the phone numbers, and I'll take this afterwards. That did seem a little bit disheartening because, like I said, you don't know our needs and sometimes we won't say them. Last Monday I was listening to the Dave Ramsey show. It was pretty entertaining. He had somebody who worked in New York, lived in New Jersey. He was talking to Dave about the fact he has a $500,000 home, and he's paying $500 for his mortgage, but $1,100 for his property taxes. Well, that saved me my phone call, because he says, I don't know how much longer I want to stay in this state. Dave, what do you think? And Dave says, well, I can't really tell you, because that's really a personal decision. But I can tell you that in Texas, a home, and I don't know whether it's an assessed value or an actual value of $500,000, but a home of $500,000 would go for about $3,000 in Texas. Yeah. You see, in New Jersey, everybody wants to leave. He said his property taxes had doubled in the last 10 years, this gentleman who called Mr. Ramsey. You see, until we start getting our property taxes down, this isn't sustainable for us to live in. The services, believe me, I've lived in Iowa, Indiana, Virginia, and a little time in DC. And I have some really good friends of mine that live in Maryland. You know, you talk about New Jersey like we're not getting these services anywhere else. People do get these services everywhere else, but the thing is they're spending a lot less money to do it. Somehow, somewhere, we're going to come out with this, or we're going to all have a heck of a lot of hard times when we're trying to get out of New Jersey because we can't afford property taxes increases anymore. And at the rate this is going, nobody's going to be able to sell because nobody's going to want to come in and buy homes that our property taxes are just astronomical, and we can't afford to retire. On the last note, on last note, I don't mind seasonal employees for DPW. I think it's a good idea, and I'm going to miss Renee Banks. She did her job with excellence, style, and grace, and she's going to be much missed by me and many people who had the privilege of dealing with her. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hero. Mr. Bianco?
Good evening, Mayor, Council Pro Tem, President, and Council. This may sound like old news, but anyway, an excerpt from the Star Ledger dated November 24th, 2004. Linden's payroll costs begin to add up. With roughly 650 workers, the city writes more paychecks per capita than any other town in New Jersey. Yet Linden historically kept taxes low and afforded its small army through revenue through local utilities and factories. However, municipal taxes have jumped 73% since 1994, as Linden's income from industry has withered back then. Fortunately, Mayor Gabunka took over the helm in 2006 and has been a stalwart in trying to restore fiscal sanity. Moving on, the financial predicament we face now was self-inflicted. The stewards of the community did not weigh the consequences of not being prudent with our fiscal resources. The result, it is time to pay the piper, but the well has run dry. Where was the caveat? Draw your own conclusions. We cannot focus our energy on blaming the past for today's problems. However, at times, bad decisions and mistakes can be a good teacher. Remember the proverb, much does he gain who learns when he loses. To ignore the positive aspect of this episode would be truly tragic if you, the current council, and councils and stewards of the community that will follow have not learned something positive from this fiscal dilemma. Shame on you. Having said that, some words of wisdom to dwell on. Yesterday is a canceled check. Tomorrow is a promissory note. Today is the only day with cash on hand, so spend it wisely. A quick revisit to the time of the Star Ledger article. Back then, 10th Ward Councilman Rich Garbunka and I had sought an outside firm to conduct an audit to explore streamlining the city workforce. That had as much chance as a snowball in hell. Prior to that, and in the late 90s, I, on more than one occasion, suggested implementing the Free State Audit of Municipalities. The program was established in 1994. In its first 4 years, estimated potential savings were $100 million. That had the same fate as the other snowball. We cannot dwell on the past, but hopefully learn from it. And hopefully, one day, if I am still around, I will no longer say the more things change, the more they stay the same. May I address Councilman Sheehy?
Sure.
No, okay, I don't have much time. Anyway, Councilman Sheehy, with reference to the past primary. Jack, fame, popularity, and riches may be only fleeting things, but the most lasting is character. Jack Sheehy and character are synonymous. Jack, it has been and always will be my privilege to call you my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Mr. Annison?
I do understand that I'm bringing up this topic a little late, considering that the bill is already passed, but needless to say, I have my own issues with it. The fact that we knew of the tipping fee since 2008, and the fact that we knew of the garbage removal's other expenses, and the fact that the garbage removal's other expenses will go down next year, and the fact that the salary increase that is happening is what we were expecting to happen, as well as the fact that the garbage removal fee is a general revenue, we can deduce that this is simply a way for the town to disregard the governor's 2% cap and generate more tax revenue for the city. I am here to request that a repeal of the bill that was just passed, which forces the citizens of Linden to pay for their garbage removal through a separate fee. Instead of finding new innovative methods to ease the taxpayers' burdens in time of crisis, we are developing new methods of levying them. Our country is still recovering from a crippling recession, and many of our citizens are barely able to pay their bills as it is. Just look at all the foreclosed around the city as well as around the state. This is why Chris Christie created the maximum increase to the state's taxes, so that way local officials could not increase and burden their taxpayers within their municipality more than 2%. But rather than attempting to find a better method at bringing in more revenue, Linden developed a new method of taxing their already destitute citizens. Not only do I find this unethical, I find it unlawful. Instead of spending time finding loopholes, why weren't we trying to discover innovative methods to increase our revenue and reduce our costs without burdening our people? I do realize that some of you, including Armando, are new to this council, and others of you were unaware of the problem until this year. However, I find it absurd that the citizens' budget tanks and no one is responsible for it except the taxpayers. This new tax is unacceptable. Finding new methods of tolling our citizens, which has no boundaries, is reprehensible and dangerous. There is no sunset clause to this bill, and there is no limit to how much it can be increased from year to year. Next year, we might incur new costs and decide to increase it to $20 a month or perhaps $50. Our forefathers began this country because they demanded more of their representatives, which enforced unethical taxation upon them. I also am bequesting you to do more. Again, I request that the new garbage fee is repealed. As the old adage goes, with great power comes great responsibilities. Well, the citizens of Linden have entrusted to you our city, and I believe that you have the responsibility to ensure that they are not burdened with undue strains to their assets during this time of crisis. Please find another method to generate revenue and repeal the garbage removal fee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Jean Brigida? Okay. Okay. Mr. Shoppy?
Yes, thank you. I know my property taxes, I pay 2% to the library. And I noticed up there today, and I went over to the library, now our kids, normally they got homework after school, but now they get all the studies done at the library by 6 o'clock on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and some Saturdays it's going to be closed. Now, I know when the governor signed that 3 years ago in his third month in office, he said it was a 2% library tax, and it's not to be touched by the city. It's for the library. Now, why has their hours been cut? Now, why are they being forcing to close twice a month on Saturdays? Who touched the money? Please, I'd like to know. Give me an answer. Another thing, Mr. Brown, you brought up about smoking in the playgrounds and drinking in the playgrounds. We got to add that too. I have a picture on my camera. Found more alcohol bottles in the public parks again throughout the city. I go around to the parks at night. Okay? Nothing's being done. Pedestrian crossings right here on Wood Avenue. They're not stopping for the pedestrians walking across the street. Other towns have pedestrian crossings stop at this point. Here in Linden, we don't have it on our main streets. We got the money, Public Works. How come these things aren't out here? And at the schools, signs, slow down, school ahead, flashing lights. How come we don't have that in this city? Why? Where's all this money going? High salaries. Why aren't we getting this to taxpayers? Why aren't we getting this stuff, this material that we're paying for? Why aren't they seeing this? Why? Why? I'm glad to see Birdsall's gone out of here now. He's been investigated. Now it's gotten to the point you have to kick him out of here, right? He's been investigated. And this and Union County is all involved in this. You know, straighten out. Really.
The state should come in here and look at everything.
Mr. Mayor, would you be able to answer the questions about the library hours, please? I just had a request.
The library hours were cut because they're starting to run short on their budget, and they wanted to be proactive rather than reactive, and therefore cut the hours of operation so that they don't have the same dilemma that the city of Linden is experiencing now.
Thank you, Mayor. Virginia Malik, I believe she left. I believe this is Mr. Roman, Summit Street.
John Roman, Summit Street. $900,000 in computer upgrades. Last month, I bit my tongue because I knew I only had a couple of minutes to speak my piece. So here I am again this month, late for a couple of more minutes. In June's meeting, I heard talk of lack of ideas, how their hands are tied, how the deck was stacked against you people. You know, I said it all along, change the rules. That's what politicians are supposed to do. One official talks about how the city loses money on its metals in the trash pickup. But yet another one talks about how he wants the people to pick the trash so it's less the city has to dispose of and paying in a tipping fee. In ShopRite years ago, they used to have sell candy by the pound. They stopped doing it for the reason they were losing money. Everybody likes candy, and in Linden, spending money is so sweet. Now that you know you have the garbage collection fee in place to cover the year coming, what's next to cover the following budget? Raise the garbage fee higher or create another one? Where are you people going? I hope and pray it's not going to be in my pocket again. I say this as an optimist, not a pessimist. You talk about what you have to do or what you can't do. The only thing that you people do is raise the tax revenues of the residents. I applaud the council members who voted no on the collection fee because they were not grandstanding, but because you know your voters didn't want another fee or tax on them. Remember, count your pennies and the dollars will add up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roman. Mr. Principato? Okay, I believe he left. Okay. No. Okay. The following council meetings will be as follows. Council conference meeting, Monday, August 19, 2013, at 6 p.m. in the council conference room, City Hall, 301 Northwood Avenue. Council conference meeting prior to the council meeting, Tuesday, August 20th, 2013, at 6 p.m. in the council conference room, City Hall, 301 Northwood Avenue. Council meeting Tuesday, August 20th, 2013, at 7 p.m. in the council chambers, City Hall, Wood Avenue. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Mr. Kalbas?
Yes.
Koziel? Brown?
Yes.
Armstead? Crosby Hurling?
Yes.
Sadowski?
Yes.
Sheehy?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Yamakaitis?
Yes.